Long ago, Chun Xiang had the thought of establish.h.I. plus ing a strong and fleuries.h.I plus ing sect. With the resources he had, he believed that he would be able to fulfill this wish of his in the near future. Long ago, Chun Xiang had the thought of establish hi plus ing a strong and fleuries hi plus ing sect. With the resources he had, he believed that he would be able to fulfill this wish of his in the near future. Right now, there were not many years until the Great War between three realms would begin. He was also conflicted on whether he should increase his speed and train a group of elites to be used against the demons, or start after the Great War between three realms, has Paes said. Chun Xiang really hoped that he could have a fight with Wu Ji Xingren, then he would have the chance to use the soul-absorbing devil spell on Wu Ji Xingren and find out what the I was going on between Wu Ji Xingren and the person behind him. After the drawing of lots ended, Chun Xiang's opponent was actually the Fire Divine Palace's Tai Ming. The last time Chun Xiang came to register, he and Tai Ming had already had conflicts of words, and Tai Ming himself also loathed Chun Xiang greatly, because when others mentioned him at that time, other than his looks, they would always say that he was inferior to Chun Xiang in other ways. Wu Ji Xingren's opponent was Emodian, but what was unexpected was that after the drawing of lots ended, Emodian actually forfeited. Emodian and Wu Ji Xingren had known each other from the start, but Wu Ji Xingren had forfeited when he wanted to be in a better condition to partake 1p8 in the finals. Furthermore, Wu Ji Xingren did not want Emodian to display too many Devil Realm martial arts, and at the same time, he did not want Chun Xiang to see too much of his strength. Now, Wu Ji Xingren could truly watch the compet. 1. Tie-in between Chun Xiang and the other party. The Fire Divine Palace was a power above the Heaven Realm, and Tai Ming was also from above the Heaven Realm, so Wu Ji Xingren had long heard of Tai Ming's name. He thought that Tai Ming's strength was on par with his. Chun Xiang, your luck is bad. You actually drew me. Tai Ming laughed coldly. Leave Wu Ji Xingren to me, haha. Chun Xiang groaned and thought, you reckless fool, no matter if I use fire or water, I will be able to beat him to death. Chun Xiang, do what you said, Wu Ji Xingren walked over and asked seriously. Chun Xiang had previously promised Wu Ji Xingren that as long as he was allowed to sign up and Wu Ji Xingren got first place, he would tell him the way to get to the Sacred Dan realm. You can talk about it after you get first. Also, you have to watch over me a little, don't let me get killed. Chun Xiang laughed and walked into the contest ring. There were many array formations on the contest ring in the center of the compet. 1. Tie-in grounds. Because it was a showdown between 100 refining realm S, in order to prevent the energy waves that would erupt during the compet. 1. Tie-in from affecting their surroundings, a array formation was necessary. Gu Dongchen was hiding in the distance and watching, when suddenly a handsome youth appeared beside him. I have watched this kid's martial arts compet. 1. Tie-in many times, but I can't get tired of it. Fire Divine Palace might be in for it. Lian Yingxiao laughed. If the fire attribute innate chi is not strong, then he will definitely die in the hands of Junior Martial Uncle. His water attribute martial arts are very strong. Gu Dongchen also laughed. Lian Yingxiao suddenly lowered his voice and said, We've found it. Those children that were captured were brought to the tower in the middle of the Devil Subduing College, and their whereabouts were unknown. According to the information that I've obtained, a total of 30,000 children were captured during these past few days, all from remote areas of the various continents. And these are just the informants I bought, and there's something he doesn't know. What do they want these kids in their teens for? No matter what, we will never let them get away with it. Once the Alliance enters the formal stage, We will definitely take down that fellow who is scheming behind the scenes. Gu Dongchen clenched his fists and said angrily, Dan Fragrance Pure Land and the two women of Divine Weapons Heavenly Country shouldn't be crossing Nirvana Doom together, right? When they haven't yet reached the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation, they are already very terrifying. If they have, what will happen then? Lien Yingxiao shook his head and sighed. It's such a pity, what a waste of cabbages. Pfft, my senior uncle relied on his own abilities to make those two women fall in love with him. You must know that he definitely did not get those relived Dan from Hua Xiangyue, because he could not find those two women even after he returned from missing for more than a month. This relived Dan might very well have been obtained by him. When Gu Dongchen brought up this matter, he could not help but sigh. Oh, relived Dan, he gave this kind of thing to the girl called Yan Yanran to eat yesterday. Lien Yingxiao drooped his head and said dejectedly, if I had something like the relived Dan back then, Lu Menger would definitely have followed me. This guy truly has some abilities. Just as Tai Ming stepped onto the contest ring, the temperature of the entire compet. 1. Tian ground suddenly rose, causing many people to be drenched in sweat, and the invisible heat was not released by Tai Ming, but by an old man who had just stepped into the compet. 1. Tian grounds. Chen Xiang stood on top of the contest ring, and he could clearly see a long-bearded old man wearing a fiery red robe. His upper body that was covered with muscles was bare, and he walked over step by step. His face that was filled with scars from swords and blades was extremely fearsome. This old man was very tall. He stood in the crowd, taller than the others by 4 heads. Even the strong men in the crowd compared to this old man was like a short, thin boy. This old guy is very strong, Su Meiyao said. Twin Fire Soul, of course it's strong, but he also doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Long Shui said in disdain. Han Lai, did you come to ruin everything? Man Futian suddenly appeared. As the Prink. 1. P. Al of the Devil Subduing College, since the entire compet. 1. Tian Grounds was in such a harsh situation, he had to step in. Are all the little imps of mortal realm only at this level? You should know that as long as my blazing ambition is still dancing, the fierce hero flame will not extinguish, and I can't restrain it. The voice of the giant old man was also loud like thunder. Chen Xiang had already guessed that this mysterious old man called Han Lai, who was sent by the upper echelons of the Heaven Realm to take over the Fire Divine Palace, was the new Hall Master of the Fire Divine Palace. This degree of heat is unbearable. Is this the level of your devil-subduing college? After the Great War between 3 realms began, the demonic chi that exploded out from the demonic path was much stronger than the steam coming from an old guy like me. When that happens, wouldn't they be scared to the point of peeing? When Han Lai spoke, his thunderous voice could shake the ground and cause the eardrums to ring. Han Lai was only here to watch the compet. 1. Tian, but he suddenly felt a bit of pressure. If he accidentally killed Tai Ming with his personality, there might be a fierce battle happening. Just when everyone was feeling extremely uncomfortable due to the heat, a wave of cold and refres. Hi+ing feelings suddenly hit them, causing them to feel as if a field of snow had suddenly fallen on a desert that had been exposed to the sun for a long time. Sensing the cold chi, Chen Xiang's entire body varied, because this was the cold chi released by the Icewind Magic Kung Fu. The only person who could cultivate the Icewind Magic Kung Fu to such an extent was Lu Menger. C686. C686. Inside the fighting arena, the rankers who were more familiar with Lu Menger could tell that Lu Menger had said the Nirvana Tribulation. He was already at the peak of mortal realm. Lu Menger had come with 2 middle-aged beautiful women, and that was an elder of the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country, so Hua Xiangyue was not by her side. She was wearing a white dress and had a white veil over her face. She slowly walked to the side of Gu Dongchen and Lien Yingxiao. The unbearable anger on Han Lai's body had already been suppressed. This also made him feel bad, but he was restrained by a woman just like that. Hua Xiangyue hasn't transcended the heavenly tribulation, why hasn't this demon come? Chen Xiang was a little worried about this coquettish servant. She is an alchemist, her nirvana doom is harder to deal with than ordinary people, you will know when the time comes. Su Meiyao said. What? It seems like alchemist is not that easy to mess with. Chen Xiang's heart slightly shrank. From the rumors, he knew that the nirvana doom was extremely terrifying, it was the nightmare of all the warriors in nirvana stage. Chen Xiang looked at Manfutian and asked, Prink. 1. PL, it's inevitable that we will miss the compet. 1. Tian, if something goes wrong we will destroy the opponent. Manfutian said, Don't worry, we will not allow anyone to take revenge here. Even if someone really wanted to kill Chen Xiang, Ji Xingren had to protect Chen Xiang because he knew the whereabouts of the Sacred Dan realm. Fan Yakan was someone from the Sacred Dan realm, Ji Xingren could be sure of this point, but Fan Yakan suddenly disappeared, and at that time, Chen Xiang also disappeared too, so Ji Xingren believed what Chen Xiang said, and he knew where Fan Yakan was. Don't worry and fight. It's none of your business who dies. I'm just here to see if the younger generation of Fire Divine Palace has made any progress. Han Lai's voice was like thunder, shaking the people around him until their blood was boiling. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. If that was the case, he wouldn't have any worries. Tai Ming laughed coldly. You really think you can injure me? You'll know soon enough. Chen Xiang looked at the old man below contest ring and said, When do you want to start? I think we're all ready. To be able to become an important figure in the Fire Divine Palace, their conditions were all very good, and most of them had Fire Soul S. Of course, these Fire Soul S were plundered from various different worlds. Chen Xiang also knew that the Fire Divine Palace would either sell the Fire Soul to some rankers or give it to some rankers in exchange for resources and protection. Hence, over the years, the Fire Divine Palace had become more and more powerful, and there were more and more people who owned the Fire Soul. Tai Ming's body already emitted a fiery red mist, which coiled around his body. Anyone near the contest ring could also feel the scorching air. Begin. As his voice fell, the anger on Tai Ming's body suddenly turned purple, meaning that he possessed a purple Fire Soul. This could be considered one of the best, while Earthly Fire Soul and Netherworld Fire Soul were very few in number. The strength of the Fire Divine Palace was not only because they had more people with Fire Soul, but also because of their body, the Fire God method. The Fire God method had long been under Chen Xiang's control, so almost all the experts in the Fire Divine Palace cultivated this mystical technique. Chen Xiang could tell with a single glance that Tai Ming was using the Fire God storm, a martial skill that could release scorching hot winds. Just the beginning, countless purple-colored gales appeared above the contest ring, sweeping towards Chen Xiang like a storm, releasing a hot gush of air, causing those near the contest ring to have no choice but to stay far away. This fellow's flame training is not bad. It can compress the flame into an astral chi and turn it into a sharp blade to attack. It's just that this is of no use to me. Chen Xiang just stood there and activated his Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu, allowing a transparent mist to form on the surface of his body, while the purple-colored aura that carried a scorching energy, upon contact with his body, seemed to have fallen into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. The originally incomparably berserk air was turned extremely gentle by Chen Xiang's Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu, and then it was absorbed into his body. He circulated the Fire Dan Tian and completely refined the flames that he sucked in. Tai Ming's first move was extremely stunning, countless purple flames formed into a gale, like countless purple sword lights, they formed a storm and swept towards Chen Xiang, releasing a dazzling purple light. Even if there was an array formation on top of the contest ring, it still wouldn't be able to stop that kind of terrifying heat wave from leaking. However, what was most shocking was Chen Xiang. After the powerful purple qi entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was not even the slightest movement. Seeing Chen Xiang's relaxed expression, she did not seem to take him seriously at all. Tai Ming frowned. It was his first time encountering such a situation. Other than those experts whose strength exceeded his, there was no other possibility of such a situation happening. A purple flame ignited on top of one of Tai Ming's arms, and the image of a huge purple hammer suddenly appeared on his arm. After that, he rushed towards Chen Xiang, and his arm turned into a purple flickering gigantic hammer. Since this guy's martial spirit is a hammer. It was Chen Xiang's first time seeing these people using their weapon as a weapon to release their martial spirit. The gigantic sledgehammer suddenly grew larger. Tai Ming didn't even get close to Chen Xiang when the sledgehammer came cross. Plussing down, and its speed was extremely fast, but Chen Xiang was still able to dodge it beautifully. Just as he dodged, the huge hammer came SMAs. Plussing down once again, which Chen Xiang did not expect. He immediately threw out a punch and used devil subduing method, causing an explosive pa sound. Chen Xiang never thought that the other arm of Tai Ming would also become a long and big purple hammer. The impact of the two hammers was extremely strong, shaking the entire martial arena. The two hammers were Tai Ming's arms, so he was able to control them with ease. Although the hammers were formed from his martial spirits, they were formed from a large amount of innate qi and were as hard as diamond. Just as Chen Xiang blocked the hammer, the other hammer also swept over, its speed so fast that it turned into a purple arc of light in the air. Chen Xiang raised his leg and used the power of 10th layer of devil suppressing power to produce 10 explosive sounds. The purple hammer that was flying towards him was immediately dispersed by the fierce kick. He really does have some skills. Chen Xiang looked at the other huge hammer that was SMA's. Plussing down and struck it with his palm. This is something formed from a martial spirit, so of course it's not easy to destroy. You have to understand that it's not that easy to cultivate a martial spirit, nor is it so easy to cultivate it to its peak. Su Meiyao said. The hammer that was kicked away by Tai Ming just now had recovered its form, and continued to strike at Chen Xiang. Water vines. Chen Xiang screamed in his heart, and water suddenly surged out from beneath Tai Ming's feet, and the water instantly turned into a water dragon, wrapped tightly around Tai Ming's body. The water vines that Chen Xiang had released were even more powerful than before. They were formed from the dense water attribute innate qi, which turned into water dragons that tightly coiled around Tai Ming. The water vines that Chen Xiang had released were even more powerful than before. They were formed from the dense water attribute innate qi, which turned into water dragons that tightly coiled around Tai Ming. He punched and kicked, blocking the two hammers that were coming at him, then leaped into the air and landed behind Tai Ming. After Tai Ming was entangled by the water vines, the fire energy in his body had been greatly reduced and he was being attacked by the endless fire energy, which was slowly extinguished. Plussing the fire energy in his body. Despicable! Tai Ming roared. Even though he said that, he had no choice but to admit that Chen Xiang's technique was extremely powerful, especially that water attribute innate qi. It made him feel terrified. He had always thought that Chen Xiang was only an alchemist who paid attention to fire, but never did he expect that the water attribute innate qi would be so powerful. Both of Chen Xiang's fists were covered with white mist, while Contest Ring was also trembling slightly. The appearance of the dragon power meant that Chen Xiang was about to attack. The appearance of this power made many experts envious. This power was extremely strong, far surpassing the innate qi. Following the thunderous explosion, Chen Xiang threw out a punch like lightning. The extremely strong penetrating power penetrated from Tai Ming's back to his heart and directly shattered his heart, causing him to be completely unable to resist as his body continued to be tightly entangled by the water dragons. The invasion of the restricted water energy made Tai Ming completely lose his ability to resist. He had no defense, and he would have at least lost half his life if he were to get punched by Chen Xiang's terrifying dragon power and devil-subduing method. Chen Xiang punched Tai Ming twice on his back consecutively, causing Tai Ming to cough out blood as he shouted. Everyone could clearly see Chen Xiang's fist strength surge out from Tai Ming's body through his back. Without any defense, even after taking 3 heavy punches, Tai Ming was still able to stand there and moan. Hee, you aren't completely used to the fire soul in your body yet, are you? This fire soul originally had a master, and will definitely not get used to your body for a while. Now that your body has suffered a heavy injury, this fire soul seems to be about to come out. Chen Xiang sneered as he looked at Tai Ming's body that was emitting purple mist. Chen Xiang had a better understanding of fire soul, and was able to see the reason behind it. Tai Ming's fire soul had indeed been drawn from someone else's body. What do you want? Tai Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. Chen Xiang placed his palm on Tai Ming's back, but the other hand was frantically hitting Tai Ming, causing Tai Ming to let out one miserable scream after another. Tai Ming suddenly felt his own fire soul quickly leaving his body, causing him to be greatly shocked. He immediately confirmed that Chen Xiang was in the middle of extracting his fire soul, and just as he was about to call out to Han Lai, Chen Xiang punched him in the face, causing the bones and teeth on his face to instantly shatter. In order to prevent Tai Ming from speaking, Chen Xiang continuously punched Tai Ming in the face. In everyone's eyes, it was just Tai Ming being entangled by water vines, while Chen Xiang was using this chance to wildly ravage Tai Ming, but Chen Xiang was extracting the fire soul from Tai Ming's body. If he were to sell it in the future at the Heaven Realm, he would definitely be able to get some good herbs. Now that he had the chance, Chen Xiang would definitely not let it go, since the fire soul was something that the Fire Divine Palace S.N.A.T.C. had from other people. Chen Xiang had his own mana, so he could wrap around the fire soul and keep it inside his dantian for now. This way, he wouldn't be fusing with the fire soul himself, and after the compet Tian was over, he would take the fire soul out from his body and place it inside the container to keep it. In order to not let Fire Divine Palace know, Tai Ming was dead meat. This made Chen Xiang extremely surprised. He did not expect Han Lai to be so cold and detached towards Tai Ming to such an extent, and this also made him even more daring. The process of drawing the fire soul would take some time, and Chen Xiang could not just let Tai Ming die right now, or else the compet Tian would be over. Therefore, he used an ingenious method, able to make Tai Ming let out a powerful howl continuously. Fire Divine Palace did not think that they would become their prey in the eyes of others, and that Chen Xiang's methods of extracting fire soul were much more profound than theirs. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you actually want to touch my woman, I can't disturb you anymore. Chen Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search Tai Ming's memories, and unexpectedly discovered that Tai Ming had many ulterior motives. He even planned to capture Yun Xiaodao and the others to threaten him. Lu Menger frowned slightly. Can't this little guy keep a low profile? Fortunately, that old fellow called Han Lai did not make a move. Gu Dongchen also felt that Chen Xiang was going overboard. He could just kill him, but he just continued to beat him up. What they did not know was that the purple fire soul that Chen Xiang was prepared to obtain could make many people give their lives to S.N.A.T.C. It. Done, let's go. Chen Xiang chuckled, both palms landed on Tai Ming's body, and the devil-subduing method, dragon power and heaven-blasting palm fused together, forming a terrifying berserk energy. The incomparably strong pressure grinded Tai Ming's body into powder, and dispersed him into the fighting arena. Die. It's done. Originally, they thought that Chen Xiang wanted to punish Tai Ming, but in the end, they still killed him. Ji Xingren's face darkened. He did not expect the compet. 1. Tian to end so quickly, and from beginning to end, it had been Chen Xiang who held the upper hand. Tai Ming had only been beaten up, but at least Tai Ming had come down from the top of the heaven realm, yet he was still in such a terrible situation. This gave Ji Shoren a lot of pressure, because the afternoon match would be between him and Chen Xiang. Han Lai's reaction was extremely surprising. After Tai Ming died, he only sneered. I knew this kind of brat doesn't have much ability. With that said, Han Lai took a big step and walked out of the compet. 1. Tian grounds. After he was done, Chen Xiang looked at Gu Dongchen, and then anxiously left the compet. 1. Tian grounds, flying straight for Gu Dongchen's house. Since Gu Dongchen wanted to protect him, he naturally had to follow along. Let's continue talking about the alliance when we get back. Why is Junior Marshal Uncle running so fast? Gu Dongchen threw down his words and chased after her. Lu Menger and Lien Yingxiao were still there. They could only hear Lien Yingxiao asking in a low voice, Miss Lu, you really and that brat? Really? Lu Menger responded indifferently, then floated to chase after him. Chen Xiang hid in the secret room with a transparent pearl in his hand. It was empty inside and his entire arm was emitting a purple mist. My G.O.D., if I didn't have the Heaven Fire Soul, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the fire soul inside my body and then let it out. What Chen Xiang was doing right now had already exceeded the knowledge of many old fellows. Even Long Shui and Bai Yuyu were extremely surprised. The crystal ball in Chen Xiang's hand quickly turned purple, and burst with a burst of dazzling purple light. He had already completely obtained the fire soul. The crystal ball in Chen Xiang's hand quickly turned purple, and burst with a burst of dazzling purple light. He had already completely obtained the fire soul. Sister Meiyao, if you don't have a better fire soul in the future, this will be yours. Chen Xiang laughed. Su Meiyao had fantasized about fusing with the purple fire soul a long time ago, but he never thought that this purple-colored fire soul would be so worthless in Chen Xiang's eyes. Chen Xiang also had the corpses of 2 Fire Divine Palace elders, and the fire soul inside. Although it was a green-colored fire soul, it could still be used by others. Moreover, many people in the Fire Divine Palace had fire souls, so as long as he found the opportunity, he would definitely hunt down the people of Fire Divine Palace. At that time, he would have a basket full of fire souls. I still have a Leihun fruit, hee. Chen Xiang could already see the wealth he would have in the future, and would definitely be able to cause the heaven and earth to tremble. When Chen Xiang came up, the hall was already filled with many old fellows, who were discussing about the alliance. With the Partic 1. Asian of the divine weapons heavenly country, many powers were more at ease. Scoundrel, where should we build our sect? Seeing Chen Xiang coming into the courtyard, Lan Lan anxiously ran over. Yen Yenran smiled charmingly. Boss, what kind of position do I have in the sect in the future? Chen Xiang made a hush gesture. Keep a low profile. We are an underground force, so we don't have a fixed place. As for the specific position, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chen Xiang said in a low voice. In the future, when we're talking about this sort of thing, we can't stay in this kind of place. Lan Lan stuck out his tongue. Got it. If possible, you must help me rope in some talented people. You must definitely trust them. Chen Xiang said. No problem, I'm the best at it. When I was in Beast Martial School, I was in charge of assassinations, so if you want to find someone you can trust to keep your mouth shut, leave it to me. Yen Yenran laughed. At that time, Xiao Chou, Xiao Dao and the others would also join. I have told them about this a long time ago, but they have been delayed by too many things. Chen Xiang said. Is that the brat from Great Strength Race? Lan Lan's eyes flashed. I really want to catch this little fellow, who knows how to act more inexperienced than me. Chen Xiang laughed. He isn't a little brat anymore, but you can go and hit his bald head in the future, ha. After the group of rankers in the hall finished talking, they saw Chen Xiang chatting happily with Yen Yanran and Yen Yanran in the courtyard. They could not help but cough dryly. Lan Lan and Yen Yanran followed the representatives of their powers and left. After the others left, Lu Menger flew over with a face full of jealousy. Scoundrel, your claws are getting longer and longer. They're reaching far enough. The Empress's aura from before disappeared without a trace and turned into a gentle and seductive woman who was jealous. Let's go in first. Chen Xiang pulled Lu Menger's jade hand and pulled her into the room. Once the door closed, Chen Xiang impatiently gagged. Although Lu Menger had a lot of things to say, she was the same as Chen Xiang right now, and yearned for the kind of feeling where her tongue was entwined. Two soft tongues crazily twined as the two frantically sucked at each other's saliva. The charming beauty would occasionally let out an intoxicating moan. Chen Xiang pressed Lu Menger onto the bed. Below his chest was a pair of soft and rich big rabbits, and Chen Xiang only let his chest gently rub against hers. Lu Menger's cheeks were red, her eyes were blurry, and indescribably flirtatious. This made Chen Xiang unable to help himself from kissing her cherry lips once again. Elder Sister Menger, I missed you so much. Chen Xiang hugged Lu Menger tightly. Little scoundrel, I think you're thinking of something else. Lu Menger scoffed. I heard that you fed a relived Dan to the girl called Yen Yanran. Chen Xiang stroked her smooth earlobes and laughed. This vinegar pool has turned over, ha. Humph, don't laugh. Lu Menger placed her fist on Chen Xiang's chest. Honestly, are you going to keep her? Chen Xiang continued to smile as he spoke. I also gave Zhu Rong a piece of relived Dan. Then, according to your thoughts, Zhu Rong and I. Lu Menger also laughed. Little scoundrel, why do you have so many relived Dan? Xiang Yue, this demoness, if you are with me, there is no way I can help you refine it. I won't tell you the secret, Chen Xiang said mysteriously. Lu Menger did not say anything to her, but he had his reasons. Chen Xiang had many secrets, and they were all very important matters. Even if Lu Menger was curious, he would not pursue the matter. Have you said the 8th Nirvana tribulation? Chen Xiang asked. He wanted to confirm about this matter. If it weren't for you, then I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. No wonder Fei Xiang Yu was willing to be your maid. Lu Menger sat up and started to tidy up his clothes. At this time, Chen Xiang took out some of the clothes he bought in the sacred Dan realm and handed them over to Lu Menger, then laughed sinisterly. I bought these for you, let me see them again. You want to watch me change my clothes? No way. Lu Menger saw the colorful beautiful clothes and immediately SNATC hid them and kept them in his storage ring. That's right, where is that little girl Xiang Yue? Chen Xiang had a batch of ingredients in his hands, and he wanted to give them to Hua Xiangyue so that she could turn these ingredients into pills. She's still in closed-door cultivation. She's from Alchemist, and her nirvana doom is harder than ordinary people's, but don't worry, I have a lot of pills left over from my tribulation. I gave them all to her. Lu Menger laughed. No matter what, she is my servant. Chen Xiang also took out a few materials he bought from the sacred Dan realm. These were all very precious, and some of the heaven realm even had them, but they weren't worth much in the sacred Dan realm, so Lu Menger was pleasantly surprised. This is my death-haunting arrow, help me improve it or refine it from scratch. Chen Xiang gave this assassination weapon to Lu Menger. With death-haunting arrow only being able to kill extreme realm, it was already not suitable for him to use. No problem. I just said through Nirvana Doom anyways, so I have plenty of time. I'll help you improve it. Lu Menger played with it for a while, before putting it away. Elder Sister Menger, how are your cultivation progress? Have you been staying in the time formation all this time? Chen Xiang chuckled. You've been thinking of me since the beginning, hee hee. Lu Meng'er spat out, her jade foot kicked towards Chen Xiang, but was caught by Chen Xiang, but her jade-like leg suddenly emitted a gold light. Within the gold light many patterns appeared, and they entered a formation. So powerful! Chen Xiang sensed the power released by the array and cried out. Lu Meng'er pulled back her feet and laughed. It is indeed very powerful, but very difficult to learn. Fortunately we have the Taiji magic Kung Fu, otherwise neither the two of us would know when we will be able to learn it. Previously, when he fought with Wen Ji Xingren, he had seen that devil-suppressing fist. It was indeed very strong, especially when used against demons. Previously, when he fought with Wen Ji Xingren, he had seen that devil-suppressing fist. It was indeed very strong, especially when used against demons. Just as Lu Meng'er finished arranging her clothes, Chen Xiang took her in his arms. Gu Dongchen gave me a copy of Devil Subduing Method. This is much easier to learn than the one you gave me. I have to go back and distribute it to the core disciples. Okay. Lu Meng'er leaned into Chen Xiang's embrace, and reached her jade hands into Chen Xiang's clothes, and pinched Chen Xiang's chest. That was written by my master. Before long, the devil-suppressing fist and the devil-suppressing chi array will come out as well. This way, he can suppress the power of the devil-subduing college. Chen Xiang chuckled, and kissed Lu Meng'er affectionately for a while before letting her go. Looks like I have to learn the devil-suppressing fist and the devil-suppressing chi array as soon as possible. As Chen Xiang recalled the profound and obscure mental cultivation methods from the two doors, he couldn't help but have a headache. Even if this were to spread out, I'm afraid very few people would be able to learn it. My understanding is extremely taxing. Chen Xiang shook his head and left the house, walking towards the martial arena. This was the last battle, and it was extremely important for Chen Xiang, because he wanted to hear the plot of the devil-subduing college from Wen Ji Xingren. This was a very rare opportunity, and after he wins, could the White Dragon Blood Dan still be able to help the white-haired beauty, Lung Yulan, awaken the White Dragon vein in her body? To Wen Ji Xingren, it was equally important because not only did he have to establish his might, he also had to find out about the sacred Dan realm from Chen Xiang, so when the time came, they would all give it their all. Wen Ji Xingren had arrived earlier than Chen Xiang. If it was before, he might not have put Chen Xiang in his eyes, but he had fought with Chen Xiang before, so after seeing him fight in front of his own eyes, he had a new understanding of Chen Xiang's strength. The White Dragon Blood Dan is on you? Chen Xiang walked onto the contest ring and asked with a smile. He was more concerned about this. He was worried that Wen Ji Xingren might die accidentally and the White Dragon Blood Dan could not be obtained from his body. I've submitted all the seats to the dean, Wen Ji Xingren coldly said. When Chen Xiang asked this, he was undoubtedly telling him that he would not hold anything back. Wen Ji Xingren also had scruples. What about you? If I accidentally kill you? Chen Xiang laughed. If I die, Fan Yakan will come find you. Don't worry about that. Wen Ji Xingren had always half believed and half doubted Chen Xiang, but he had no choice but to trust Chen Xiang, because this was the only way he could go to the Sacred Dan realm. I heard that the Sacred Dan realm is not small. You seem to be very confident that you can find what you want once you get there. Chen Xiang could tell that Wen Ji Xingren seemed to be very confident. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, you will know whether or not I am worthy to be the son of Godw. Wen Ji Xingren clenched his fists tightly, his voice carrying a haughty aura, his entire body releasing a unique aura, looking rather impressive. Even if Wen Ji Xingren could find it, he wouldn't be able to fuse it. This was because the poison in the devil-suppressing blood was so poisonous that even a powerful immortal like Du Hai would die from fear. This guy definitely has a way to find the devil-suppressing blood. When you search through his memories, you have to be more thorough. Bai Yu warned her. Many rankers also hid among them. The God child was an extremely important figure in the devil-subduing college. They wanted to see if Chen Xiang would be able to kill the God child. Han Lai did not come. He did not seem to be too concerned about the outcome of this battle, and Lu Menger was also in a rush to return. She was not worried at all about Chen Xiang's strength, because she knew very well how strong he was. He would not be killed even if he lost. Gu Dongchen was worried that the old guy from the devil-subduing college would take care of Chen Xiang after he killed him, so he invited a group of warriors who were on good terms with him to come here as a precaution. Chen Xiang, if you admit defeat now and serve me in the future, I can let go of my past hatred and gift you the white dragon blood Dan as well. G. Xingren said. His body emitted a layer of hazy golden light. This was the devil-suppressing qi. And in front of G. Xingren's chest, an octagonal array formed from golden silk appeared. This was the devil-suppressing qi array that he had released. It could be used for defense. G. Xingren was displaying his own strength. He was telling Chen Xiang that he had already completely mastered the demon-subduing fist, but didn't think that it was anything impressive at all. As long as Chen Xiang had some time, he would be able to master the demon-suppressing technique much better than this G. Xingren. After all, he had already learned the devil-suppressing kung fu and merged with the devil-suppressing blood. You want me to serve you? It's impossible. Just give up on that thought of yours. Chen Xiang said lightly. Then don't regret it. G. Xingren's body trembled. The golden light around his body became even more glaring, as though he was a God, releasing an extremely oppressive aura, making people want to kneel down in wars. Hi+P him. The finals begin. Following the powerful shout of an old man, G. Xingren threw a punch into the air. After the punch was thrown, it brought along countless of golden fist images as it flew towards Chen Xiang. What made Chen Xiang feel threatened was that in front of these countless fist shadows, there was a huge golden qi formation. Devil-suppressing fist and devil-suppressing qi array. Although Chen Xiang didn't learn it, he could see it clearly. But this couldn't scare him away. That's nothing to be proud of. Chen Xiang sneered. His fists tensed up, veins popping out, a burst of purple lightning flashed out from his fists, while dazzling purple electric snakes shot out in all directions. The terrifying thunder power struck the array formation above the contest ring, making ZZ sounds and would even release purple light. Chen Xiang possessed the thunder soul, so his thunder power was extremely terrifying. As the countless golden fists pushed the devil-suppressing qi array over, the purple lightning on Chen Xiang's fist became even more violent, as though it could pierce through the array above the contest ring and kill everyone present. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Chen Xiang punched out, and countless purple electric snakes gathered together on his fist, forming a dragon head that flickered with purple lightning. The thunder power became even more berserk, and the dragon head roared, dragging along a wave of terrifying lightning that struck onto the devil-suppressing qi array like lightning. Chen Xiang did not use the dragon power, nor did he use it. He only used the thunder power to fight with G. Xingren, which made many people think that Chen Xiang did not use his full strength because he was mocking G. Xingren. Originally, G. Xingren wanted to experience Chen Xiang's strongest strength, but now that Chen Xiang was only using the thunder power, he suddenly felt humiliated. However, when that violent purple lightning dragon charged towards them with lightning speed, everyone dared to believe it, because the berserk thunder power had completely destroyed both G. Xingren's devil-suppressing fist and devil-suppressing qi array, and its aura was not reduced at all, as it angrily rushed towards G. Xingren. Weng Xingren never thought that the thunder power Chen Xiang released at this moment would actually be so terrifying. The kind of berserk energy that was filled with destruction was comparable to that of the dragon power. Weng Xingren never thought that the thunder power Chen Xiang released at this moment would actually be so terrifying. The kind of berserk energy that was filled with destruction was comparable to that of the dragon power. His arms shook, crossing them over his chest, and a circular golden sculpture-like array formation suddenly appeared, slowly revolving. It was filled with profound spirit grain, and this was another devil-suppressing chi array, and it was extremely big, like a gigantic golden Hi+ELD that blocked in front of Weng Xingren. As Weng Xingren poured in a large amount of devil-suppressing chi, the devil-suppressing chi array released an even more intense golden light, making it look extremely sacred. Chen Xiang was attracted by the strangeness of the devil-suppressing chi array. He never thought that after using it, it would actually look like a real thing. The Fury Dragon, whose entire body was covered in purple lightning, crashed into the golden array Hi+ELD, but Weng Xingren stood there motionlessly, showing how powerful his defense was. The force behind Chen Xiang's tyrant dragon fist had also disappeared, and just as Weng Xingren heaved a sigh of relief, he saw the stage being enveloped by the purple light again, and purple lightning once again appearing on Chen Xiang's fist. And this time it was even two fists. "Let's see how long you can last." Chen Xiang laughed out loud, both fists punching out at the same time, and in an instant, two purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragons that were even larger than before, whose aura overflowed to the skies as they flew out from Chen Xiang's fist. The entire martial arena echoed with the roars of the two violent lightning dragons. Their roars shook everyone to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. Other than the majestic dragon roars in their ears, there was no other sound. At this time, the contest ring was like a surging ocean, and the reason why the ocean was surging and churning was because of these two dragons. Right now, Weng Xingren felt that he was standing on a small boat. The two purple lightning dragon clashed with the suddenly enlarged golden Hi+ELD at the same time. This time, Weng Xingren was pushed back a little, and the power of the devil-suppressing chi array also weakened a lot. "It's not over yet." Chen Xiang waved his fists around like crazy. It was so fast that people could feel that he had dozens of arms. The most shocking thing was that each of his punches released a purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragon with a monstrous aura. Tyrant Dragon Fist was a very berserk martial art within the Azure Dragon Divine technique. It could only be used when the thunder power had reached a certain level. Dozens of purple electric Tyrannosaurus dragons shot out their fists, shooting waves of purple light that blotted the sky and covered the ground as they charged towards Weng Xingren again. This extremely violent lightning energy had already made many Tioniers of thunder power feel inferior. Even the Nirvana stage warriors were shocked. They had guessed that Chen Xiang must have Thunder Soul S, otherwise, with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to reach such a terrifying realm. "You want me to use the dragon power on you? You are not worthy. I can use the thunder power to kill you." Chen Xiang laughed loudly. The sleeves above his arms had already been shattered by the wild lightning that shot out crazily, but his fists were still Hi+ing through the air continuously. Countless purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragons were attacking Weng Xingren's golden Hi+ELD unceasingly. Weng Xingren felt extremely humiliated. Previously, when Chen Xiang was fighting with Tai Ming, Chen Xiang had used the dragon power, but he did not. "Don't be arrogant. The consequences of underestimating me are very serious." Weng Xingren suddenly roared. An extremely tall golden statue of a person suddenly appeared behind him. The face of the statue did not seem to be seen, but it made people feel as if they were looking up at a G-O-D. Devil-suppressing fist. The golden statue on W-A-N. Ji Xingren's back suddenly waved its huge arm and punched at Chen Xiang. Just as Chen Xiang wanted to dodge, the fist that was so fast that surprisingly would land on his body, in that moment, he felt as if his body was suddenly struck by countless of fists. Even though he had devil-suppressing golden body and profound wood diamond armor, he still felt his body aching. Seeing that Chen Xiang was beaten to the point of spitting blood, W-A-N, Ji Xingren laughed arrogantly. "You're so arrogant." As W-A-N, Ji Xingren moved, the tall golden illusionary figure behind him followed him as well. Whatever W-A-N, Ji Xingren did, the tall golden illusionary figure would look exactly the same as what he did. The golden simulacrum was extremely tall, about 10 meters tall, like a giant. Following W-A-N, Ji Xingren's attack, the golden simulacrum kept hitting Chen Xiang. The huge fists were actually formed from countless small fists. This was the higher-level devil-suppressing fist. This made Chen Xiang extremely excited. If he also mastered it, it would be even more powerful. Let's see how long you can last. Such a powerful move didn't work on you in the beginning. You must have consumed a lot of your energy, right? Chen Xiang wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and laughed lightly. Enough to defeat you. W-A-N, Ji Xingren was surprised, because he did not dodge the devil-suppressing fist formed by the golden image, but stood there with his fists clenched. "You're asking for trouble." The giant golden fist came cross. H-I, plussing down from above like a meteor with golden flames burning in it. Everyone suddenly shouted out, because Chen Xiang did not have any protection outside of his body, making them think that he did not have any strength to resist. After that fist ruthlessly smashed down, Chen Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, but his feet did not move even half a step, and his waist was still as straight as a mountain. "Impossible!" W-A-N, Ji Xingren could not believe it. With a roar, the gigantic golden illusionary figure smashed down with all of his might, and with every punch the ground would shake, many people jumping up and down from the impact. Although Chen Xiang was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he still unbelievably stood there, not moving half a step. W-A-N, Ji Xingren gasped for breath. He had consumed a lot of energy. He did not remember how many fists he had thrown, but no matter how he punched, Chen Xiang would always be able to stand there. Chen Xiang's body had already reached a level above average, and he also had a Yulong blood. Even though his body was injured, his recovery speed was extremely fast, so after finding a round of fierce attacks, he was only slightly injured. "I'll kill you!" A golden Qilin image suddenly appeared on W-A-N, Ji Xingren's body. "This guy is going to use his martial spirit. He looks very powerful, don't let him use it. It seems like he wants to die together with us, hurry up and control him." Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang's hands anxiously used the dense genuine qi of 5 elements in his body to turn the innate qi into dragon power, and then used the energy circulation method in the Taiji dragon suppressed kung fu. Pus. H-I, plussing his palms forward, his arms trembled, and the veins on his arms suddenly swelled up, a white mist gus. H-I plussing out from his hands. The white mist began to churn, forming a white dragon head that looked as if it had been carved out of platinum. "Dragon subduing origin energy!" Gu Dongchen shouted in shock, and those who had sparred with Huang Jintian before all exclaimed in shock. Their memories of this move were still fresh in their minds. Ji Xingren wanted to release his martial spirit, which was one of the warrior's strongest moves. However, as an earth-shaking dragon's roar came out, a platinum-carved white dragon flew towards Ji Xingren with its claws bared and teeth bared. Ji Xingren wanted to release his martial spirit, which was one of the warrior's strongest moves. However, as an earth-shaking dragon's roar came out, a platinum-carved white dragon flew towards Wang Xingren with its claws bared and teeth bared. This was the move that Chen Xiang used the most of his power, the dragon's subduing essence. It was the stronger move from the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. The lifelike white dragon smashed towards Wang Xingren, and all of them entered Wang Xingren's body. Wang Xingren, who was about to release his martial spirit, released a burst of crackling sounds. His clothes were torn to shreds, blood flowing out of his body, and he released a deep dragon's roar. After the strong dragon power poured into Wang Xingren's body, it exploded inside his body. Chen Xiang immediately rushed over and grabbed Wang Xingren's neck. At the same time that he searched through Wang Xingren's memories, another hand smashed into Wang Xingren's body crazily, just like how he used to deal with Tai Ming. What is this? This guy actually has such a powerful consciousness. No wonder he can release some power that can affect one's mind. Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. When he searched through Wang Xingren's memories, he sent out a ball of golden energy. Through Wang Xingren's memories, he found out that it was actually an incomplete divine soul. This is the demon-suppressing God soul. He can use this demon-suppressing God soul to sense the treasures left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. No wonder he has the confidence to find the devil-suppressing blood in the sacred Dan realm. Chen Xiang was extremely shocked. Devour his soul, and then destroy his sea of consciousness. Bai Yu said, Chen Xiang, what are you doing? Why would your spirit appear in my sea of consciousness? Chen Xiang suddenly heard Wang Xingren's weak voice. Hee, your devil-suppressing divine palace is letting me off too easily. Chen Xiang replied with his divine sense. You want to devour my soul? How did you do it, you? Chen Xiang unleashed the soul-absorbing devil spell, quickly pulling over the devil-suppressing divine palace in Wang Xingren's sea of consciousness and merging it into his own soul. At the same time, he searched through Wang Xingren's memories, searching for the thing he wanted to know. I found it. There really is a conspiracy. So that's how it is. After the broken devil-suppressing divine palace obtained it, Chen Xiang ruthlessly struck a palm at Wang Xingren's head. He muttered, I shall just spare your life, and let you live a life worse than death. All of the meridians in Wang Xingren's body had been broken, and his soul's sea of consciousness had been destroyed by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had obtained a lot of shocking information from Wang Xingren, and the incomplete demon God suppressing soul was also slowly merging with his original divine soul. After it completely merged, his soul would become even stronger. Wang Xingren had been kicked off contest ring by Chen Xiang, and this almighty son of God had now become completely crippled. This made many of the devil-subduing college's students present sob endlessly. They had thought that the very powerful God child had actually fallen like this. Previously, this God child had bragged about how he would become a God in the future, but now had been completely destroyed by Chen Xiang. A few elders from the devil-subduing college immediately ran over to help Wang Xingren up. They looked at him angrily and were ready to attack too. Although Chen Xiang did not kill him, Wang Xingren was now in a better position than death, and the future pillar of support for the devil-subduing college was turned into a pile of mud by Chen Xiang. Where's the white dragon blood, Dan? Chen Xiang looked at Manfutian, who was below the stage. Manfutian did not really hate Chen Xiang. He had long known that Wang Xingren had concealed some heartless act from him. He threw a jade box to Chen Xiang, and when Chen Xiang opened it, he saw a walnut-sized white pill lying inside with some red and white liquid flowing from it. It's true. After Long Shui confirmed it, Chen Xiang kept it and walked over to Gu Dongchen. His expression was extremely solemn, because he knew of the conspiracy between G Xingren and the person behind the scenes. Returned to Super Martial School. Not only did Chen Xiang not feel happy about winning, he had a serious look on his face, and he knew that there was definitely a reason behind it. Just as Gu Dongchen was bringing Chen Xiang out of the martial arena, a burst of golden clouds suddenly floated over from the sky. A voice that carried an incomparable rage was heard. Chen Xiang, what did you do to G Xingren? If you had only destroyed his body, that would have been fine, but you had also wasted his sea of consciousness and crippled his soul. G Xingren's master is called Tai Hong. He was very strong, and was originally a powerful immortal. However, he made a mistake in the devil-suppressing Divine Palace and clashed with the higher-ups of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, causing his strength to decline after being heavily injured, which is why he was able to come to the mortal martial realm. Chen Xiang used his divine sense to tell Gu Dongchen. Gu Dongchen frowned, although he believed what Chen Xiang said. He was suspicious of how Chen Xiang suddenly knew. Whatever I want to do, so be it. In any case, whatever happens during the compet. 1. Tian, so it's already benevolent of me to spare his life. Chen Xiang answered loudly, not at all afraid of this man. When he was at Sacred Dan Realm, he had already slaughtered powerful immortals and dragons. Gu Dongchen looked at the golden cloud in the sky and sneered. What kind of man are you afraid of? Come out if you have the guts. The golden cloud in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the voice did not appear again. Chen Xiang glanced at the approaching Zhuo Zhenxuan. Elder Zhuo, the devil-subduing college is no longer controlled by the people from the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. The one behind the scenes is Tai Hong. He has been expelled by the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. I got it. Zhuo Zhenxuan replied and left quickly. Gu Dongchen also brought Chen Xiang into the transmission array and returned to Super Martial School. Super Martial Profound Realm, Gu Dongchen's residence, secret room. Junior Martial Uncle, how did you know about Tai Hong? Gu Dongchen said. When I was sparring with G Xingren, I was forced to ask about it. Of course, he used his consciousness to send me a sound transmission. Chen Xiang sighed. G Xingren and Tai Hong both have divine souls, but those divine souls are already incomplete. They were stolen from the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Soul. Gu Dongchen had obviously heard of this before, so he quickly thought of something. What do you mean? They captured so many youths just to extract their souls and train them in them so that their damaged souls can become complete? Gu Dongchen said with an angry face, I must catch this guy. Chen Xiang nodded his head. That's right, when they were transferring down, Tai Hong sneaked in and used some of the resources that he had to buy off the elders of the devil-subduing college. He hid inside the devil-subduing college, controlled Man Futian, and did not let Man Futian contact the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. The person controlling the devil-subduing college, right now, was actually someone who had become enemies with the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. This kind of person was definitely not some good stuff, which made Gu Dongchen feel that it was very troublesome to deal with. The person controlling the devil-subduing college, right now, was actually someone who had become enemies with the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. This kind of person was definitely not some good stuff, which made Gu Dongchen feel that it was very troublesome to deal with. Then why is Tai Hong colluding with the demon realm? Gu Dongchen asked. This was also what he was most worried about. Did they grasp a method to bring the people from the demon realm over? They colluded with the demon world because they wanted to use the demon tunnel to head to the demon world when Great War between three realms first started. That's because there's something they want there. Chen Xiang thought back to those memories. The devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had traveled through many worlds, and had actually visited both the demon and demon realms. Furthermore, he had ignored the laws of any world and used his immortal strength to travel to some ordinary worlds. And Tai Hong knew that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had left some things behind in the demon world, which was why he had planned to head towards that demon realm. Tai Hong stole a lot of powerful things from the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, such as the Forbidden Transmission Array of the Past, which is a type of transmission array that can be used to enter the demon and devil realms, but needs a lot of energy to open it. In order to make it easier for Tai Hong to open a Pa-S sage, he used the forbidden technique of teleportation to contact the people of the demon world. He had the demon world set up a transmission array there, and then teleported some people here, which required a very large amount of energy to open the transmission array, so they could only teleport 2 to 3 people every time. What shocked Chen Xiang the most was the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's divine soul. It was because both Wang Xingren and Tai Hong both had a remnant soul. According to Wang Xingren's memories, the incomplete divine soul in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was always placed inside the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, and when Wang Xingren was born, the remnant soul had already broken through the layers of obstructions and merged with Wang Xingren. Thus, Wang Xingren was treated as a divine child by some people in the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Then, when Tai Hong took him in as his disciple, Tai Hong told Wang Xingren that his soul was only a remnant, and only after obtaining the complete soul could he be considered to be cultivating the divine way. He then used Wang Xingren himself to successfully swindle the incomplete soul left behind by the elders of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Tai Hong did not give up. He used his position as the master of the God's son to steal many things in the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. In the end, he was caught, clashed, and escaped with heavy injuries. Wang Xingren and Tai Hong did not know why the broken soul of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was in the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, but they knew where the devil-suppressing blood and some other things that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable left behind were. However, to travel across a world was extremely difficult. Although they knew it, they could not obtain it. That forbidden transmission array has succeeded twice, and they will be teleporting for the 3rd time very soon. At that time, they will teleport a batch of powerful devil cultivator over, and their strength will increase even more. Chen Xiang had not only absorbed Wang Xingren's memories, he had also mastered the devil-suppressing Kung Fu S that Wang Xingren was training in. However, Wang Xingren had only learned a little of those devil-suppressing Kung Fu S. This was the power of the soul-absorbing devil spell. Gu Dongchen slammed the table. This bastard. He actually wants to sell the entire mortal martial realm to the demon realm. Don't even think about it, we must definitely eliminate this Tai Hong, even if it means killing off the entire devil-subduing college, we must stop them. Chen Xiang said, hurry up and gather the experts of the Alliance and discuss this matter properly. Tai Hong should already know about this matter, and I think that he will soon activate the transmission array and teleport a batch of Devil Cultivator over to stabilize his strength to prevent himself from being destroyed by you. Gu Dongchen nodded his head, then left hurriedly. He did not expect that when the Great War between 3 realms was about to begin, the biggest problem was not the lack of unity, but the fact that someone was leading the way for the wolf, for which he had to be ruthless. Chen Xiang returned to the Super Dan Imperial College and hid in the secret room to try to learn the devil-suppressing Kung Fu. Right now, he no longer had to work hard to learn the first part of the devil-suppressing Qi Array and the devil-suppressing Qi Array, It was also the hardest part. What did the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable leave behind in that demon realm? Su Meiyao was extremely curious. All the things that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable left behind were definitely not bad. I don't know, W.A.N. Ji Xingren just knew that there was an underground palace there. Long ago, in order to create some martial arts against demons, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable conducted experiments there. And he stayed there for a long time, so there should be a lot of good stuff left behind. Chen Xiang said as he activated the devil-suppressing qi, and then used his mind to control a few devil-suppressing qis, condensing them into energy threads, which then formed into a small array. It appeared in front of his fist and slowly rotated around it. That W.A.N. Ji Xingren had only learned the second level of devil-suppressing fist, but it was already very rare. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to learn the first level. Chen Xiang reckoned that if he did not fuse with W.A.N. Ji Xingren's knowledge and experience on the divine arts, he would need more than half a year to be able to master the first two parts of the demonic arts well. The great formation of the devil-subduing college came from the heaven realm, and was made using a large-scale array inside the devil-suppressing qi array, and the devil-subduing college also used a large number of spar as the energy source of the array. It seems like even if a lot of experts gather their power, it will still be difficult to break through, so it's no wonder that Tai Hong is so confident. Chen Xiang left the secret room and went into the courtyard, walking back and forth, thinking of ways to give Tai Hong a fatal blow, but Tai Hong had a very strong power now. The majority of the elders in the devil-subduing college were all from the heaven realm. You should first integrate with the incomplete soul of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. Once your soul becomes a little stronger, you can enter the devil-subduing college. Long Xue yawned. Although the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's soul is incomplete, after you fuse with it, you will definitely improve by a lot. Inside Chen Xiang's mind, the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's incomplete G.O.D. soul was slowly fusing with his own G.O.D. soul, but to completely fuse it would take a very long time. If he were to focus on training the 9-turn dragon G.O.D. mantra, it would be much faster. Chen Xiang immediately ran into the secret room to start his cultivation. A few days later, another method to learn devil-subduing method was PAS. Said down in mortal martial realm, it was a very simple and easy version, but it only had the first 3 levels. Although it was only the 3rd floor, it was still able to increase one's strength by a lot. This caused the entire mortal martial realm to boil, especially those warriors who could not enter the devil-subduing college to cultivate. All of these decisions were made after and the others discussed and discussed. The devil-subduing method was released by them because they wanted to make sure that the people who were running towards the devil-subduing college with their lives on the line would turn back and be able to suppress the growth of the devil-subduing college. If not, they would be expelled. This was a decision made by the Alliance. If they did not do this, then when they start fighting in the future, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed and attacked by their own people. If not, they would be expelled. This was a decision made by the Alliance. If they did not do this, then when they start fighting in the future, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed and attacked by their own people. Many people were attracted by the devil-subduing college's demonic technique. In order to let these people know how to resist such enticement, Gu Dongchen sent more people to spread the news, saying that he would be able to learn the devil-suppressing fist, the devil-suppressing qi and a simple version of the devil-suppressing qi array soon. Because of the example of the devil-subduing method, many people believed that the number of students in the devil-subduing college was decreasing. Every day there would be people leaving, and only those who came from other worlds had no intention of leaving. As long as the number of students in devil-subduing college greatly decreased, devil-subduing college would lose the resources that these students provided to them every so often. 10 days had passed, and under Qin Xiang's concentrated cultivation of the 9-turn dragon God mantra, he had completely merged with the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's incomplete divine soul, allowing his divine soul to reach the 8th level of transformation. Qin Xiang immediately used Heaven Tour method. Currently, he was already able to distance his special consciousness from his body, and was currently wandering far away as if he was in a close proximity. He could clearly see, smell, and hear what was at that place, but it was very difficult for others to discover him. Little scoundrel, don't use this to peek at others bathing. If you want to do this, I will definitely stop you. Long Shui warned seriously. Little bad dragon, I've never thought of doing that. Instead, you remind me every single day. Do you always use to peek at me bathing? Qin Xiang laughed and said, Aren't you afraid of losing your eyes? Pfft, if I had seen wrong, I would have been blind long ago. Qin Xiang never thought that the female dragon would actually admit it so boldly. He suddenly felt that the losses were huge. Long Shui had seen him many times, but he had never seen Long Shui before. That's not fair. You've looked at me so many times, but I've never once looked at you. Qin Xiang immediately shouted. Of course, we women can grow 2 beautiful rabbits. Long Shui laughed. Those 2 eggs of yours are not good at all. Furthermore, that bird-like thing has become bigger, and it's a little scary. Qin Xiang snorted. As long as you women are comfortable, I can promise you that you will like it a lot in the future. Go go go. Don't talk about these things anymore, be careful that your Miss Yu will beat you up. Su Meiao's face was flushed red. She did not think that these 2 little fellows would actually talk about these things with so much vigor. Qin Xiang curled his lips, showered, walked out of the secret room, and heard someone knocking on the door. Brother, quickly open the door, quickly open the door. The sound of him knocking on the door was louder than her. It was obvious how much she wanted to quickly see Qin Xiang. Super Dan Imperial College was tightly wrapped up by the array formation. Even if he wanted to jump in, it would not be easy. But Qin Xiang was still worried that Ling Yulan would break the door. Qin Xiang anxiously ran over. When she opened the door, she saw Ling Yulan dressed in a red dress. When she saw Qin Xiang, she hugged him like a little girl. In front of Qin Xiang, she was no different from a little girl, but her body, her appearance, all of them exuded a familiar aura. If she were to become serious, her entire body would exude a cold and elegant aura, and would also carry the aura of a female overlord. Where's Xian Xian? Qin Xiang looked outside, but he did not see Shui Xian Xian. Ling Yulan still held on to Qin Xiang tightly, not letting go, as she used her proud and straight soft front to rub against Qin Xiang's chest, instantly making Qin Xiang's blood boil. Big brother, I was trapped in the time formation for a very long time. If it wasn't for me being able to travel with you in the future, I wouldn't have gone to do this kind of bulls. H+T to force people out of their confinement. When Ling Yulan mentioned this, her face was gloomy, her pink lips pouted, attracting love. Qin Xiang laughed and caressed her snow-white hair. My good sister, it's rare for you to come here, let's talk inside. Oh right, where's Xian Xian? You haven't told her why you haven't come yet, so how could she let you run around alone? Qin Xiang held Ling Yulan's jade hand and walked into a simple yet elegant, quiet bamboo building. This was Elder Dan's usual residence. Why can't I run around alone? Master and senior sister sent me here, so I went back to the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country. Master wanted to teach senior sister some things that would give you a headache. They seem to be some kind of formation. I can't learn these things. Ling Yulan stuck out his tongue. Long Shui laughed softly. I also hate this stuff. If I didn't have the inheritance of knowledge, I would never have learned it even if I were beaten to death. Even if Ling Yulan didn't come, Qin Xiang planned to ask Lu Menger for it, because he had just gotten the White Dragon Blood Dan, a thing that could help Ling Yulan awaken his White Dragon vein. Little sister, what did you learn in the time formation? Chen Xiang asked. Master said that Big Brother gave it to us for us to learn, so I had to bite the bullet and go learn these complicated things. But these martial arts are really powerful. After I learn them, my strength has increased by a lot, Su Yun said. As Ling Yulan said this, he suddenly started to burn. Brother, let's fight. Looking at Ling Yulan's body that was covered with a golden devil-suppressing qi, with his jade fists flash. Hi plus ing with gold light, Chen Xiang's mouth started to twitch. You're getting more and more beautiful, Yulan. I can't even beat you up right now. I think we should skip it. Chen Xiang laughed. Ling Yulan scoffed. Did you think I wasn't beautiful enough when you fought me in the past? After saying that, she giggled. Brother, your excuse is really bad. D.A.M. And girl, you've become smarter. Chen Xiang pinched her face. I'm not stupid. Senior sister and I both take advantage of our weaknesses. Senior sister has taught me many things. After Ling Yulan said this, he suddenly slammed the table and laughed. Yulan, what are you laughing at? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Ling Yulan stopped laughing. I don't understand why when senior sister and master heard about your 2 eggs, their faces all turned red. Wasn't it just 2 meat eggs? What's there to be shy about? Chen Xiang suddenly realized, all the women with white dragon vein were all virtuous men. Long Shui was just like that. You went to ask elder sister Menger? The corner of Chen Xiang's eyes twitched. He had once told Ling Yulan to ask elder sister Menger about matters concerning men and women, but he never expected that Ling Yulan would actually ask about it. I did, but master didn't say anything. He just kept scolding you with a Hi plusing face, saying that you had taught me badly. Ling Yulan pouted. When Ling Yulan mentioned these things, even Chen Xiang couldn't help but blush, but she didn't feel anything. This made Chen Xiang unable to help but marvel at the power of white dragon vein. When Ling Yulan mentioned these things, even Chen Xiang couldn't help but blush, but she didn't feel anything. This made Chen Xiang unable to help but marvel at the power of white dragon vein. Brother, senior sister Xianxian is not here right now, let's take a bath together. Senior sister said that you like doing these kind of things the most. Ling Yulan giggled with a face full of innocence. This caused Chen Xiang to uncontrollably suck in a breath of air, her eyes sweeping over her curvaceous and curvy body. Chen Xiang took a few deep breaths, resisting the deadly temptation, and said, Your senior sister doesn't say anything, I only like to bathe with my wife, you are my sister. Ling Yulan stuck out her red tongue and said tenderly, Fake! Senior sister Xianxian has taught me many things, I can tell that brother is lying. What surprised Chen Xiang was that the white-haired beauty actually smiled charmingly. Her flirtatious look made Chen Xiang speak out. Ling Yulan smiled charmingly. Big brother, you aren't afraid that I will damage your 2 precious eggy, right? This girl is trying to tempt me. Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. Hee, it's like what senior sister Xianxian said. Brother, you can't stand my current appearance. Ling Yulan laughed. D.A.M. And girl, you actually dared to tease me. Chen Xiang laughed and pinched her beautiful face. Chen Xiang took out the white dragon blood dan, and Long Shui suddenly said, After she eats it, it will take her a long time to completely digest the white dragon blood dan's energy. She will need at least a year, so you should just let her eat inside the time formation. Yulan, this is a white dragon blood dan. After eating it, you will have a very strong power, but you will need a very long time to refine the power. It will probably take a year. Chen Xiang's face was solemn, allowing him to listen seriously. Remember, this can only be eaten by you, don't give it to Xianxian, she's not suitable for eating, only you are suitable. Yulan, you must know that this world is currently filled with danger. The reason I'm doing this is to let you have a stronger strength so that you can guarantee your own safety. Ling Yulan nodded heavily. Big brother, I understand. I won't let you down. After Ling Yulan received the white dragon blood dan, he immediately put it away properly. I will refine the energy inside as soon as possible, then come back to meet with Big Brother afterwards. Seeing Ling Yulan being so obedient, Chun Xiang laughed in relief and caressed her snow-white beautiful hair. Wait, you will find out that you are extraordinary in the future. Yulan, you must become stronger, the heaven and earth are vast. We need to have sufficient strength to be able to go out and adventure. Long Shui said. After her white dragon vein has awakened, there will also be memories left behind by her. All of us dragons will carry these memories with us, and at that time, she will know how to walk her own path. Ling Yulan stood up, stared at Chun Xiang and said softly, Big bro, I'll be back to that D.A.M. Ned time formation very soon. Can you kiss me? Like I did with senior sister Xian Xian. Chun Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. Ling Yulan's face suddenly had an intoxicating blush. It had a unique charm, causing Chun Xiang to be infatuated. Ling Yulan raised his head, his blurry eyes looking even more enchanting. Chun Xiang did not expect this recognized sister, who could be rough and playful at times, to also have such a seductive side. Chun Xiang suddenly hugged Ling Yulan and kissed the white-haired beauty's lip. Ugh! At that time, she was very suspicious of why they would do it so often, but now she knew. It was because that strange and wonderful feeling spread to her entire body, making her feel extremely comfortable and intoxicated. The two of them suddenly tumbled to the ground and tightly embraced each other. They madly sucked, their tongues wildly entwined together, and the two of them wished that they could merge with each other. Inside the simple and elegant little bamboo house, there was a vague and ambiguous atmosphere, as well as the faint sounds of men and women sucking each other when kissing. After a while of being coquettish, Ling Yulan's beautiful eyes became infatuated and intoxicated. She now completely understood why when Shui Xianxian and Chun Xiang met each other, they would always kiss like glue. Thinking about it, Ling Yulan's entire body suddenly softened. She had a kind of yearning that she had never had before. Before, she was just curious, but now she wanted to be one with the person she loved the most, becoming one with the Gods, reaching the pinnacle of happiness. This feeling is so beautiful. Ling Yulan's jade face was flushed red, full of an intoxicated and happy expression. Leaning on Chun Xiang's chest, she carefully savored that feeling. Yulan, I'll send you to the divine weapon's heavenly country. Chun Xiang laughed and said, No, I'll go myself. You have to believe me, you can't look at me like a little girl anymore. Her first kiss is already gone, you can't be treated like a little girl anymore. Ling Yulan pouted his lips with a face full of stubbornness. Chun Xiang laughed helplessly. All right then, you have to be careful. I was just worried that you would attract too much attention with your white hair. Ling Yulan laughed and took out a conical bamboo hat. She put it on. This way I won't be afraid. I used to go out often myself to play, it's always like this. Chun Xiang sent Ling Yulan out of the city, then watched him leave before returning back to Super Dan Imperial College. After her white dragon vein has awakened, you might not be able to beat her. Our white dragon vein is very strong. Long Shui said with complete confidence. Chun Xiang laughed. Not necessarily. It's time to go to the Devil Subduing College and scout around. Maybe I can find something that other people wouldn't be able to get into, but you are actually very simple. Long Shui said. With the change technique in the 72 changes, your mana now should be usable. Chun Xiang laughed. I've been trying it out for a long time. Hee, turn into a little girl and let this dragon see. Long Shui laughed. The transformation technique could change the appearance of others and could even change the size of a sound. However, it required a certain amount of Fa to reach a certain level. This was a little more difficult than becoming an animal because it required a very lifelike appearance. Even the aura on one's body could be created on the condition that one could feel that aura. If one's mana was strong enough, they could model out some extremely terrifying pressure. Chen Xiang's body flashed with white light. He had turned into an old bald man dressed simply, and this just so happened to be Wu Keiming's appearance. If it wasn't for this 72 changes technique, he would have definitely gone back to meet Wu Keiming and see what kind of expression he would have. In order to sneak into the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang had to become a student of the Devil Subduing College. Furthermore, he had the soul-absorbing devil spell, so he could know the memories of others and make him better. Inside the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang was swaggering around with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had already become a student of the Devil Subduing College. This student was originally a disciple of a middle-level sect. Normally, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. His apartment I.2 was considered not bad, but his luck was bad and he was targeted by Chen Xiang. After that, he was stripped naked by Chen Xiang and hung on a tree. Inside the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang was swaggering around with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had already become a student of the Devil Subduing College. This student was originally a disciple of a middle-level sect. Normally, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. His apartment I.2 was considered not bad, but his luck was bad and he was targeted by Chen Xiang. After that, he was stripped naked by Chen Xiang and hung on a tree. This guy is really annoying. Although he has a good face, all women hide far away when they see him. As Chen Xiang walked along the road of Devil Subduing College, many people revealed extremely disgusted expressions when they saw him. Chen Xiang's transformation technique was flawless, and now that he knew the student's memories, he pretended to be very similar. Now that he had already entered the Devil Subduing College very easily, it would be very difficult for him to pass through the formation and enter, even with a dimension door open. After entering the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang quickly returned to his residence and hid inside. Using the Heaven Tour method, he found Tai Hong according to her memories. Little naughty dragon, did you find that Dian fellow? Chen Xiang had already found Tai Hong at the top of a tall tower. However, the top of the tower was protected by a powerful formation, making it impossible for him to enter, but he could hear the sounds coming from within. I found it, that guy is heading towards the tower, he should be going to get Tai Hong. Long Xue's Heaven Tour method was much stronger than Chen Xiang's. It could simultaneously release many divine intents and wander around in all directions, allowing them to quickly find their target. On the other hand, Chen Xiang could only release one soul tool, which had a limited distance. Chen Xiang patiently waited. He released that unique divine sense, and when he looked down from the sky, he could see that Dian was quickly walking towards the tower, and under the tower, the guards did not stop him. This made Chen Xiang very suspicious, because according to Ji Xingren's memories, this Dian and Huan had very little contact with him, but after just 10 days, Dian and Tai Hong seemed to be very familiar with each other. After entering the tower, the light carriage arrived at the top with extreme familiarity. This Tai Hong must have been hiding many things from Ji Xingren. Ji Xingren is his disciple. To be tricked by him since he was young, it is normal for him to be concealed. Bai Yu said, Dian is surnamed Mo, as long as he is a devil martial cultivators with that surname, his ident. 1. Tai will not be low. How could he be using it as a test subject to teleport? Eavesdrop carefully and see what they are talking about, Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang also felt that something was amiss. He focused on listening to the voice coming from the top level of the tower. How are your preparations? Seeing Dian coming over, Tai Hong asked immediately. Those fellows have formed an alliance, and Ji Xingren is now crippled by Chen Xiang. You do not have enough strength, so I'm afraid that you will be defeated by that alliance. Dian said. His tone was extremely cold. Tai Hong laughed coldly. The alliance is not that big of a deal. The most important things are the sects in Qin Martial Continent, the Martial families, the Blue Blood race and the Martial families. I already have a way to deal with that alliance. Then hurry up and set off. Also, don't forget what you promised us. Emodian said coldly. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. After Tai Hong finished speaking, he jumped out of the window and flew in one direction. His speed was so fast that even Long Xue's spiritual sense could not catch a trace of him, causing him to leave. Chen Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. From the conversation between Emodian and himself, he had already heard some important things, but they were not clear enough. Emodian had been preparing some very important things for Tai Hong this entire time. Now, it sounded as if it would allow Tai Hong to get away with a lot of things, and Tai Hong had also promised to help Emodian and the others with some conditions, which would obviously be beneficial to them. Chen Xiang had only obtained this much from their conversation. Previously, he did not know about this from Emo Huan's memories, so Emo Huan had also been hiding some things. Emodian has gone down the tower. He wants to know more clearly. There is nothing difficult about this. Long Xue giggled. As long as we capture Emodian and use the soul-absorbing devil spell to search his memories, we will know everything clearly. After Emodian walked down the tower, he actually did not return to his residence, but walked out of devil-subduing college. This made Chen Xiang secretly happy, and made it convenient for him to take action. Who was Chen Xiang supposed to follow with the Heaven Tour method? Afterwards, he set off and followed behind Emodian. After exiting the devil-subduing college, Emodian headed towards those cities. He might be heading for the transmission array. Let's do it now. Long Xue said. She was also extremely curious, just what kind of relations Hi+P did Emodian have with Tai Hong. Chen Xiang quickly ran up and arrived at the dirt road that led him through the forest. At this moment, Emodian was slowly walking on it. Chen Xiang ran so quickly, how could he not notice it, but he sensed that he was not very strong, so he was not as alert as before. Why are you following me? Emodian bellowed. He was clearly very angry, and his eyes had already released traces of black energy. Of course, Emodian couldn't see that Chen Xiang had changed into this. He knew that the person in front of him was a very annoying guy. Chen Xiang secretly laughed in his heart, and then intentionally asked back in an angry tone, "Who followed you? Who do you think you are? Aren't you Ji Xingren's follower? Now that he's dead you..." Emodian was immediately enraged, and threw a punch at Chen Xiang. He came from the demon realm, and was a man who loved to kill, but was now looked down upon by this trash. Chen Xiang was already prepared to fight back, seeing Emodian's fist that was releasing a dense and ruthless qi. He threw a punch back. The speed of the punch was even faster than Emodian's. When Emodian saw it, he turned pale from fright. Other than the speed of the incoming fists, they did not carry any power, but he could tell what they were, but it was too late. You! Emodian's arm instantly drooped down, and he looked soft like a mudfish. His face was filled with shock. How could this kind of strange devil realm technique spread to here? Emodian was extremely shocked and horrified. Before this, Ji Xingren did not tell him that his arm bones had been melted by Chen Xiang, otherwise, he would have been on his guard a long time ago. Knew that those who could learn this devil art would not be a simple person. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that Chen Xiang's eyes suddenly flashed with red light, and countless red rays of light suddenly shot over. The demon eye of permeability. Emodian had given up all hope. He could feel all the meridians and bones in his body, all his internal organs were pierced by the light, and he fell to the ground. Emodian struggled on the ground, his face full of fear and despair. He never thought that the Embark in the devil-subduing college would actually have two miraculous skills that would allow the major powers of the demon world to snatch them for themselves. Emodian struggled on the ground, his face full of fear and despair. He never thought that the SCU Mbag in the devil-subduing college would actually have two miraculous skills that would allow the major powers of the demon world to SNATCH them for themselves. Who the HELL are you? Emodian roared with all his might. Anyone who had these two demon arts would be treated as a demon G.O.D in the demon realm, but now they were in the human world. Chen Xiang laughed out loud and changed into his original appearance, which made Emodian completely dumbstruck. Not only had he never seen or even heard of this ability to change one's appearance, it had actually happened right in front of his eyes. Chen Xiang! Emodian shouted loudly. Heh heh! Chen Xiang laughed, bent down and patted Emodian's head with a palm, and started to search through his memories. Soul-absorbing devil spell. Emodian shouted out these 4 words with a splitting headache, then shouted with great difficulty. You used the soul-absorbing devil spell for both W.A.N.G. Xingren and him. Just who are you? How can you possibly understand so many devil realm techniques? This is my secret, you already know it, so I can only kill you. Chen Xiang retracted his hand. Although his face was currently filled with smiles, he was extremely terrified in his heart. This was because the secret alliance between Emodian and Emodian could put the entire mortal martial realm in danger. In order to prevent others from finding Emodian's soul using talismans like summoning spirits, Chen Xiang used devouring magic kung fu and directly devoured Emodian's soul, then incinerated his flesh. At the moment of Emodian's death, he even knew that Chen Xiang possessed a forbidden devil attack from one of the 3 great heaven realms, the devouring magic kung fu. What are they working together for? Bai Yuyu asked while Chen Xiang took out the Luotian gate and opened a spatial door. Little naughty dragon, model my voice, send a message to Gu Dongchen, let him gather all the experts he can, using the fastest speed possible, and send them to the demonic sky sect in Great Devil Mountains. The big thing is about to happen, it's about Tai Hong, let him pass as soon as possible, otherwise it'll be troublesome. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he stepped through the spatial door and arrived at the Great Devil Mountains. The last time he left here, he didn't want to come back, but this was already his 3rd time here, and this was also the battlefield when the great war between 3 realms erupted in the future. Emodian secretly helped Tai Hong build a Devil G.O.D. altar here. As long as it is completed, and if there is enough top-grade magic seeds, Tai Hong will be able to obtain one. Chen Xiang's handsome face revealed a grave expression, and those offerings are the sacrifices that Tai Hong and W.A.N.G. Xingren made for the young man who was going to capture him everywhere. However, they only require the heart, the head, and the soul. Devil Child Sacrifice. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu said at the same time, their voices extremely solemn. Bai Yuyu said coldly, these fellows, even in the demon realm, the devil child sacrifice is forbidden. At the same time Tai Hong nurtured a demon seed, he could obtain the inheritance of the demon G.O.D. If is unable to get rid of the demon G.O.D. that grew up within his body in the future, when the demon G.O.D. becomes mature, he will be able to devour his body. Who the HELL is the demon G.O.D.? Chen Xiang asked. He was once wanted by the demon G.O.D. order. There are 10 famous demon G.O.D.s, which are the 10 great demon G.O.D.s, and some who are not famous but are strong enough can be considered demon G.O.D.s. The altar is built inside, which is intended for the demon G.O.D.s who died here. Bai Yuyu said, I never thought that a devil G.O.D. would die here. Looks like the great war between 3 realms that erupted in this place back then must be very complicated. When the altar is built and the offerings are enough, the altar will open up. It will crazily devour the demon energy here, nurture the demon seed, and also awaken the soul of the demon God. This was what Chen Xiang had learnt from Mo Dian's memories. Long Shui had already used Heaven Tour method to contact Gu Dongchen, and Chen Xiang was Rus. Ing towards the altar at the fastest speed possible. Then, what conditions did Tai Hong agree to on the side of the demon realm? It's not easy to build a demon God altar, and requires a lot of precious materials from the demon realm. Su Meiyao asked. After Tai Hong obtained the demon God's inheritance, he had to give the demon God's art to them. Furthermore, after the Great War between three realms begins, he had to destroy the mortal martial realm's defense, so that the demon realm could smoothly break through the demon channel and come over. Chen Xiang said angrily. Mortal martial realm was not Tai Hong's. Of course Tai Hong did not care. In this kind of person, life was equivalent to dog fart, only his own benefits were important. I must stop this guy. Chen Xiang knew from Mo Dian's memories where the demon God altar was located. He had to stop Tai Hong from fusing with the demon seed as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. The demon God altar was built right beside the demon and devil sinkhole. It was said that it was a huge trap, and when the demonic passageway opened, many demons rushed in and fell inside, leaving behind countless corpses. Legend has it that because of the heavy death aura of the demons, it formed a power that allowed the demon and devil sinkhole to go deeper into a strange world. It's good enough to be able to beat Tai Hong into the demon and devil sinkhole. Even if he fell into that place, he would probably be corroded by the intense demonic death qi. We found that guy. Let's use the Luotian gate. I saw a black ball floating on the altar. Long Shui suddenly said. That's a magic core, hurry up. Bai Yuyu shouted in shock. Chen Xiang took out the Luotian gate, and quickly turned the circle on it. He opened a spatial door, and appeared on the demon God altar that was like a small mountain. On the altar stood an old man with a face full of sinister wrinkles. He placed his hand on the black ball floating in the air, and the old man was Tai Hong. Your black ball is only as big as a head, its smooth surface was bare, while the surrounding demon qi crazily rushed into the demon seed. On top of the great devil mountains, the black qi was enveloping, surging and churning, waves after waves of intense death qi was active, permeating the entire 100,000 mountain range, making it seem even more terrifying and sinister. Chen Xiang. Tai Hong shouted in shock. What are you doing? Stop you. Chen Xiang also extended his hand out and pressed onto the magic seed. Little bastard, you're delusional enough to ruin my plans. Tai Hong started to curse in anger, and struck his palm towards Chen Xiang's chest. Feeling that incomparably terrifying force charging towards him, Chen Xiang thought that he was done for, but who would have thought that after that withered palm smashed onto his body, he was actually completely fine at all. He could even clearly feel that incomparably berserk palm power flowing out of his palm and into the demon seed after entering his body. At this moment, Chen Xiang and Chen Xiang's palms were pressed against the death qi-absorbing demon seed, both of them being firmly sucked in. Chen Xiang did not know what would happen next, but he knew that this would definitely affect Tai Hong's absorption of the demon seed. Tai Hong was shocked. He could also feel his own palm energy flowing into the demon seed, and at the moment, his heart was raging, but he could not do anything about it. Tai Hong was shocked. He could also feel his own palm energy flowing into the demon seed, and at the moment, his heart was raging, but he could not do anything about it. You are courting death for doing this. I have a way to get rid of the demon God's influence in the future, but you can't. Once the demon God chooses you, you are dead. Tai Hong bellowed. Not necessarily. With the devil-suppressing golden body, He believed that he would definitely be able to restrain the demon God souls. Right now, he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the demon seed. If he let Tai Hong obtain it, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the mortal martial realm. He had to stop it. He could now delay time and wait for Gu Dongchen and the others to come. Don't even think about fighting with me, go die. Tai Hong's old face became even more sinister and terrifying, his withered hand crazily smashed against Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang also didn't know what kind of power Tai Hong used, but it actually hurt him and made him feel threatened. He also retaliated, blocking that skinny veteran's attack. Humph, you're still young, you're just a mortal. Tai Hong's palm's speed was incredibly fast, and he could even avoid Chen Xiang's block, accurately hitting him where his life depended on it. At this time, Chen Xiang was also not able to use the innate qi. His strength had been greatly reduced, but the power Tai Hong was using was actually very, very strong, and was still increasing bit by bit. At this moment, he was already vomiting blood due to the attack, but fortunately, he had fused with his white dragon vein, so although his body suffered heavy injuries time and time again, he was able to recover quickly, and at the same time, it was equivalent to tempering his body. Difficult bastard, yet you're still not dead. Tai Hong was furious. He scolded him angrily and his punches became even more vicious, but Chen Xiang was still able to stand there with her eyes wide open, looking at him with a gaze full of ridicule. Both of their palms were sucked into the magic seed. Their powerful energies could not be used, so they could only waiting for the magic seed to make its choice. Chen Xiang, quickly try to see if you can sense Tai Hong's mind consciousness through the magic core. Bai Yu asked anxiously. If possible, use the devouring magic kung fu to swallow that incomplete earth demon God soul. Chen Xiang, who was being brutally ravaged by Tai Hong, immediately released his strongest divine sense. What made him surprised was that he really felt it, and could even feel the power from Tai Hong's body. Old man, thank you so much, haha. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed out loud and activated the devouring magic kung fu. This confused Tai Hong, but he quickly understood what was going on. Little bastard, what are you doing to me? Tai Hong said in shock. His current expression was the same as everyone else's, filled with the same unending fear. What do you think? Laughed crazily. He had tasted the sweetness of the incomplete demon God's soul, and now that he was able to absorb another drop, it made him extremely excited. He knew that the strength of his soul could bring him a lot of benefits, but the soul was very difficult to cultivate, so after devouring the incomplete demon God's soul, it was able to cause his soul to advance by leaps and bounds. Are you devouring my soul? Is this the soul-absorbing devil spell or the devouring magic kung fu? Tai Hong's face was filled with shock. He suddenly understood why Chen Xiang destroyed G. Xingren's soul and sea of consciousness. It was to prevent him from finding out that the incomplete demon God's soul had been devoured. Old fart, you really know a lot. You really know a lot about the demon realm. Chen Xiang smiled. He was smiling very happily at the moment, but Tai Hong was so angry that he wanted to cry. I didn't expect you to use this method to find out about my plan. No wonder it was destroyed again and again. How do you know all these devil arts? Even those with the surnames of the top 5 devils in the devil realm are bitterly searching for this lost, mysterious skill. At the same time, he was also extremely curious. As long as it was someone who had grown up in the demon world, they would be curious even if they had a slight understanding of the magical techniques of the demon realm. I won't tell you, haha. Chen Xiang laughed and attacked Tai Hong mercilessly. Don't get KY too early. Tai Hong suddenly roared out. That strand of the demon suppressing God's soul was already swallowed by Chen Xiang. he was currently furious, and wished that he could die together with Chen Xiang, but he was also unwilling, because the demon seed was right in front of him, so even if he did not have the demon-suppressing God soul, as long as he could obtain the demon seed, he would be able to rise up once again. But Chen Xiang was in the way. If the demon seed chose Chen Xiang, then all his previous work would have been for naught. If he wanted to obtain a demon seed, he had to kill Chen Xiang. With the situation, Tai Hong could not care so much. A sharp blade suddenly appeared on his other hand. He quickly slashed at his arm, and cut off the arm that was being sucked into the demon seed. After he chopped off his arm, he could immediately control his own powerful strength. "Ha ha! You little bastard, you're dead for sure." Tai Hong laughed sinisterly and struck him with his palm. In shock, Chen Xiang reacted quickly and used the magic core to block it. Although Tai Hong's palm strike could do great damage, but after hitting the magic core, it disappeared without a trace. Tai Hong was shocked, because he knew that if he did not kill Chen Xiang quickly, the demon seed would be taken away by Chen Xiang. Quickly kill this little bastard! Tai Hong suddenly roared out, only to see that in the distance, there were 10 elders plussing over. Chen Xiang turned to look. It was actually the elders of Devil Subduing College. Being surrounded and attacked by these 10 rankers who had said through the 8th tribulation of Nirvana stage, the consequences could be imagined. "Old turtle, even if I die, I won't let you obtain the magic seed." Chen Xiang laughed out loud, and the magic seed started to shrink bit by bit. This made Tai Hong furious, because the magic seed was being absorbed by Chen Xiang. "I can't let you get the magic core. This is my hard work." Tai Hong struck out with his palm, but Chen Xiang dodged in a hurry and jumped to a certain spot. "Die!" Tai Hong's palm, as if growing eyes, followed along with Chen Xiang's incomparably terrifying palm strike. After Chen Xiang's body was struck by the strong palm force, he flew out and landed on top of the demon and devil sinkhole. "C-R-A-P." Tai Hong thought and quickly flew over. Chen Xiang. Suddenly, a few loud hissing sounds came from the distance. Some were from Lu Meng'er, Gu Dongchen, and some other big shots from other forces. They had rushed over, but Chen Xiang had fallen into the demon and devil sinkhole, and was even beaten down by Tai Hong. Her jade-like face was filled with anger and grief as she struck out with her palm from afar. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming, Lien Yingxiao and the other experts also attacked at the same time. An earth-shattering force instantly destroyed the altar of the demon God. It struck Tai Hong and caused him to violently spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the remaining force was absorbed by the demon and devil sinkhole. Standing at the side, they could feel the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole. The devouring power below was like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump down. Standing at the side, they could feel the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole. The devouring power below was like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump down. If it wasn't for Gu Dongchen stopping her, Lu Meng'er would have already jumped down as well. Right now, she only had incomparable rage and grief in her heart. Gu Dongchen had brought around 50 to 60 people. Most of them were the big shots of the small continents surrounding Chen Marshall Continent. They were all continents in the Eastern Ocean. Originally, they all joined the Sacred Light religious sect, but later the Sacred Light religious sect disintegrated. Although Chen Xiang had been defeated, Tai Hong was still not satisfied. This was because the magic core was also taken down by Chen Xiang, so the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole, as long as he stood at the side, could be clearly felt. The great power released by Gu Dongchen and the other experts had all been devoured by the demon and devil sinkhole. Gu Dongchen's face suddenly became gloomy, because a few black-robed men suddenly came over. Their bodies released a very strong demonic aura, one could tell that they were strong experts in the demon world. The fact that Tai Hong had colluded with the demon world was proof of that. What Chen Xiang said is true. You really were annihilated by the demon world in a sorry state. Gu Dongchen said angrily. On the way here, Gu Dongchen had told everyone most of what had happened. They were very surprised to hear about it, but now they had received confirmation. Humph, Chen Xiang, this B.A.S.T.A.R.D. messed up my plans. You all still won't be able to escape today. Behind him were 10 elders from the devil-subduing college and 30 strong devil cultivator from the demon realm. From the looks of it, they were much stronger than Gu Dongchen and the others. What's the point of all this nonsense? At this time, Lu Menger only wanted to tear Tai Hong into pieces. Although her heart was full of anger, the aura she was releasing right now was incomparably cold, as if she was in an environment of ice and snow. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Tai Hong and the others to feel a bone-piercing coldness. They shuddered at the sight. Tai Hong suddenly laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha! Can you win us? We have more people than you who have just crossed the nirvana tribulation, and most of them are experts in the demon world. You should know that there is no shortage of experts of this level in the demon world. Other than the stronger Chen martial continent, the rest of you are nothing more than small fries in our eyes. Are you really going to put your life on the line for a little brat who has already been shattered to pieces? These words were said by those who followed Gu Dongchen, but as for those who were weaker, they heard it and started to consider whether or not to attack. If they fought with Tai Hong and the others, they would definitely die. Lu Menger had calmed down. She had already seen the situation clearly. Tai Hong's overall strength was indeed stronger than them. It's too late for you to leave now. You can only rely on us, or else you'll all die. Ha ha! Tai Hong's sinister laughter reverberated within the frigid wind of the great devil mountains, causing one's hair to stand on end. I am sorry, Leader Gu. An old man behind Gu Dongchen suddenly said. Then with a leap, he actually went over to Tai Hong's side, and at the same time, many of the big shots behind Gu Dongchen and the others also flew over to his side. This caused Gu Dongchen and the others to be so angry that they trembled. What made them gratified was that the strong warriors of the Chen martial continent did not cower, as he should have thought of this long ago. On Gu Dongchen's side, there were only Wu Keiming, Lu Menger, Lien Yingxiao, True Martial School's Tang Yichao, Proud Sword Sect's Yu Jianglin, Dan Fragrance Pure Land's Elder Yunyan, and the new leader, Guo Huangxiong. Although True Martial School, Beast Martial School, and the others had been enemies with the Super Martial School before, they still chose to reconcile with the Super Martial School. After going through the crisis in the Great War between 3 realms, they would talk about other things, but now that they were on the same side, their relations, Hi+P, would become even better. Haha, I knew that your alliance wouldn't become that big of a deal. Fighting with your fist is your true ability, so I'm not worried about this lousy alliance at all. Tai Hong laughed. Humph. You lowly B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. actually went back on your words at such a crucial time. You have violated the alliance. Just you wait to be punished. Lien Yingxiao coldly snorted. If you die, who knows if they will break the agreement. Haha, I will let them continue to stay in the alliance. I will let them continue to go back on their word at critical moments and destroy your dogs. Hi+T alliance. Tai Hong laughed out crazily. You don't have that chance. A clear and bright voice sounded, causing Gu Dongchen and the others to be overjoyed. The people who came were indeed Blue Mountain, strong prac. 1. Tioniers from the Huang Jintian era, and he had even rushed over with a few big shot. I never thought that the devil-subduing college would be led by such a fellow. Fortunately, we were on our guard long ago. A blue light shot over and an old man wearing a blue robe stood beside Gu Dongchen. This old man was the patriarch of the blue blood race, Lan Kuan. This was closely followed by a tall and middle-aged Baldy, who radiated an imposing aura as he descended from the sky. When he landed, the earth abruptly shook. This was the martial house master of the Wu Manor, Wu Shao. Tai Hong frowned, his expression extremely solemn. Although there were not many people here, he knew the strength of these people. If they were to fight, even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. Sure enough, you are colluding with the demon realm. Even if I have to risk my life, I can't let you go today. Wu Shao's voice was like thunder as he roared. They were all the most powerful warriors in the mortal martial realm, and also the powerhouses of a great power. They had the responsibility to protect their own land and their own tribesmen, so they could not let the demon and devil realms rule this world. In that case, we have nothing else to say. My friends in the demon realm, these fellows will be the greatest hindrances to your future rule over this place. There is no need to show any mercy. Tai Hong said in a serious tone. Lu Meng'er shouted out, and a burst of cold wind blew over. Tai Hong and the rest suddenly felt their bodies becoming stiff, and at that moment, Gu Dongchen and the rest flew out too. A great battle between experts was about to erupt. The great Devil Mountains reverberated with rumbling sounds and waves of violent tremors. The black aura above Great Devil Mountains became even more turbulent, and in the middle of the bottomless demon and devil sinkhole floated a man carrying a black ball. Although he was torn apart by a powerful force, in the end, the profound wood diamond armor still protected him, causing him to fall into the quiet and pitch-black sky ditch, and he was still slowly falling. Chen Xiang didn't know why he was able to float in the air and slowly descend. Although his body was severely injured, the power of the Yulong blood in his body was quickly recovering under the strange energy that was being released. Chen Xiang didn't know why he was able to float in the air and slowly descend. Although his body was severely injured, the power of the Yulong blood in his body was quickly recovering under the strange energy that was being released. This D.A.M. Ned Magic Core, how exactly do I get rid of it? I don't want it to be possessed by a demon G.O.D. Chen Xiang's hand was still stuck onto the black ball-like magic core. Originally, Tai Hong's arm was also on it, but it was sucked in by the magic core. Try using the devil-suppressing chi? You have the devil-suppressing golden body. Even if you were to be possessed, you should be fine, right? Long Shui said. No way. Chen Xiang released the devil-suppressing chi, but he was immediately engulfed. I do have a devil-suppressing golden body, but I feel that if I fuse with this demon seed, it will be extremely harmful to me. Although it can bring me a very powerful energy in the near future, I will become a puppet of that dog H.I. plus T demon G.O.D. and I still need to give birth to him. D.A.M. I must get rid of this thing. It seems like I can only cut off my arm. Chen Xiang said as he took out a blade. Don't, the magic seed will create a powerful suction force. If you cut off your arm, it will continue to stick to your body until it blends with you. After the magic seed selects you, it will be very difficult to escape. Bai Yu said anxiously. Moreover, this place is very dangerous. Sister Yu, I don't want to be possessed by that stinking demon G.O.D. Chen Xiang said. He waved his blade. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, he still wanted to try. Wait, the reason why this magic seed has such a special power is because it contains a large amount of demonic death chi. Try to continuously release the devil-suppressing chi and use it to purify this magic seed. At this time, she was also extremely worried for Chen Xiang. She was the one who got the best understanding of magic seeds from the demon realm. Chen Xiang kept his blade and urged out a large amount of devil-suppressing chi-s, allowing the demon seed to absorb. After attempting for a while, the pitch-black demon seed was suddenly covered with a layer of white light. This is too slow, but to be able to prevent the magic from invading my body, based on the speed of purification, it would take at least 100 years. This magic seed contains too much evil death energy. Chen Xiang said. Now that the situation is better, we can slowly think of a solution. Bai Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She knew very clearly that if he was absorbed by the demon seed, then he would be in big trouble in the future. Sister Yu, where will I fall? This demon and devil sinkhole is terrifying indeed. If I did not have a profound wood diamond armor, I would have been torn to shreds long ago. Chen Xiang recalled how terrifying that strong power was when it fell. This place was as terrifying as the core of the earth. It could kill at any time, and right now, he was also in an environment that could tear people apart. He guessed that this was the power that made him float. I don't know, but it seems like you will continue to fall. The environment here is very bad, so there shouldn't be anything powerful here. If there is, it will be torn to shreds. Bai Yu was currently thinking of a way to let Chen Xiang escape from the demon seed. Let me use the 72 changes to see if I can break away from this thing. Chen Xiang had an idea. It's best not to try. When you change, the structure of your body will undergo a change, which is also the most fragile time, and the surroundings are filled with a strange energy. Maybe you will be squeezed or torn, and even your soul will be affected, but once you fuse with the Yulong blood, you will not die, but that feeling will not be good. Long Xue's words made Chen Xiang dispel that thought. How about this, little scoundrel? While fusing with the demon-suppressing God soul that you just obtained, you will also be combining the 11th level of the devil-subduing method. Senior sister and I feel that the 11th level of the devil-subduing method will allow you to obtain an even more powerful demon-suppressing power. When the time comes, you should be able to quickly purify the demon seed. Su Meiyao said slowly. Looks like this is the only way. I must not fall into that D.A.M. Ned place, little naughty dragon. You use the Heaven Tour method to go down there and take a look. Chen Xiang's surroundings were pitch black, and only the black ball in his palm was emitting a weak white light. This won't do. Once I release my divine sense, it will shatter. Long Xue sighed helplessly. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly and began to concentrate on channeling the 9-turn dragon G.O.D mantra, cultivating his soul, which could accelerate the absorption of the incomplete soul that he devoured from Tai Hong. It was very quiet below Demon and Devil Sinkhole, but the fight above was in full swing. It was like the end of the world. Chen Xiang had no idea what was happening above. After Gu Dongchen's group fought with Tai Hong, the two sides were evenly matched. Although Tai Hong's side had a lot of people, but those who suddenly went overboard were not very strong, and did not have much of an impact. As for Gu Dongchen and the others, most of them were powerful experts with profound martial art. Haha! I was wondering why it was so lively here, but it was actually you guys who started the fight. A laughter that sounded like thunder came from the distance. If one were to watch the battle between Chen Xiang and his opponent that day, they would all know that the voice belonged to the new Hall Master of the Fire Divine Palace, Han Lai. Fire Divine Palace actually came, causing Gu Dongchen, Tai Hong and the others to be extremely shocked. If they were to fight to the point where both of them were injured, it would be very dangerous for Fire Divine Palace to come here to pick up items. Don't worry, I'm just here to take a look and not interfere. Haha. You guys continue. A tall old man, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, was standing on a high mountain that was about to collapse as he laughed and said, Han Lai came alone, so he understood this person very well. Although Han Lai was a person from the Fire Divine Palace, his strength was not bad, and he got his own fire soul, but in order to prevent being robbed by the Fire Divine Palace, he chose to rely on the Fire Divine Palace. Thus, Han Lai felt disgusted towards the Fire Divine Palace. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights straight. The surprising thing was that the surrounding area of the Demon and Devil Sinkhole was not destroyed, because no matter how strong the tremors were, no matter how much power one had, as long as they got close to the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, they would be engulfed. Just as the group of experts were fighting with each other, the previously calm demon and devil sinkhole suddenly started to shake violently. Everyone felt a cold wind rush out from the huge hole and engulf the entire sky cavern, causing them to feel a chill all over their body. Oh no, it's a magical corruption gas. This is an archaic devilish poison. One of the demon realm ranker's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with fear, and he did not even bother fighting anymore. He just sat down with his legs crossed, circulating his martial arts to defend against the poisonous gas that was invading his body. If I don't quickly defend against this poison, my entire body will rot, just like a dead person's body will rot. The other powerful devil cultivator was also shocked as he tried to use his cultivation to expel the poison. If I don't quickly defend against this poison, my entire body will rot, just like a dead person's body will rot. The other powerful devil cultivator was also shocked as he tried to use his cultivation to expel the poison. The other powerful devil cultivators all had fear written all over their faces. They had powerful strength now, but they were extremely afraid of this kind of magical corruption gas. As long as they weren't stupid, they could tell that this magical corruption gas was very powerful. Tai Hong glared at Gu Dongchen and the others and snorted. If you want to die, just come here. After he finished speaking, that magical corruption gas from the infernal realm. At this moment, a few giants from the smaller continents also let out a mournful cry. Their bodies suddenly rotted, their clothes and skin melding together, their bodies covered in black rotten flesh, making one's scalp tingle. Gu Dongchen and the others were also extremely shocked. They anxiously used their cultivation to expel the poison, because the cool wind that was being exhaled by the demon and devil sinkhole was the magical corruption gas. Even Han Lai, who was watching from the distance, had a face full of death. He originally thought he was lucky, but he never expected himself to be so unlucky to actually encounter this kind of super old poison. The magical corruption gas is getting heavier and heavier. If you guys were to take action now, it would be equivalent to killing yourselves. You should be clear by now. If you attack us, you will definitely be drilled into by the magical corruption gas. A demon realm ranker looked at the corpses not far away that were covered in black flesh. The giants of the small continents were all warriors who had gone through 5 nirvana tribulations and 6 tribulations. However, it had only lasted for a short while, and it had turned out like this, causing everyone to fall into deep fear. In order to avoid being suddenly attacked by the enemy, Gu Dongchen and the rest of Tai Hong's side activated their qi to resist the poison aura as they retreated. They hoped to leave this place that was shrouded in magical corruption gas. However, they never expected that when they were 300 feet away from the sky cavern, the magical corruption gas would suddenly form a qi barrier, covering an area of 150 feet around the sky cavern, and start spinning crazily, causing the magical corruption gas to be trapped inside the qi barrier forever. Ah! A person fell onto the ground. It was actually the unlucky fellow who was watching from the side. Han Lai, he was actually sucked in. This caused the crowd, who were always enveloped in fear, to laugh in their hearts. Who told you to be so bored as to come watch the show? All of the experts were already trapped by the sky cavern. In order to avoid the opponent suddenly having the power to attack them, they tried their best to avoid the opponent, and no one dared to use their power, or else, once the magical corruption gas found a gap, it would drill into their bodies, turning them into a pair of black rotten flesh. No one wanted to end up like that. They could only wait for the magical corruption gas to retreat. We should not be fighting near the demon and devil sinkhole. This demon and devil sinkhole has a CCU. Mulat so much death aura, and it was probably affected by the sound of the battle. That's why it suddenly erupted. Tai Hong sighed helplessly. He was really unlucky. Not only did his plan for the demon seed fail, he had to be trapped here in the end. Although Chen Xiang had already been beaten to the demon and devil sinkhole and could not live on, he still hated Chen Xiang to the bone. When Chen Xiang was in the demon and devil sinkhole, while he was fusing the incomplete soul that he had just obtained, he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing at him, waking him up. "What is this?" Chen Xiang exclaimed. "Magical corruption gas." Bai Yu cried out in alarm, her cold voice carrying deep fear. "A type of super old poison that can make people rot, it's the form of gas. My sister entered the city since she was young. I say, this poison has the most destructive power in the demon realm. The moment this poison appears, a large number of people will die. Even powerful experts will rot and die from being struck by the magical corruption gas. Not only can it cause one's body to rot, it can also cause one's soul to scatter." Bai Yu suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you cultivated the devil-suppressing golden body, otherwise you would have died a long time ago. Even if it was a demon god from a high-level demon realm, they would also die after being attacked by a concentrated group of magical corruption gas. This kind of thing is the same as your god eclipse powder." Chen Xiang rejoiced in his heart. The immortal poisoning devil forest that he was in Sacred Dan realm previously was also fine. No wonder the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable is so powerful, and is viewed as the nemesis of all demon gods. Bai Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. For a guy with such weak strength to be able to survive in a place where many powerful devils or immortals couldn't even survive, it was all because they had cultivated the devil-suppressing golden body. "Sister Yu, are those demon gods? What altars, they are really powerful." Chen Xiang looked at the demon seed that was tightly stuck on his palm. "Of course they aren't real gods. True gods are all above the supreme worlds that surpass the heaven realm. Theoretically, those worlds exist." Bai Yu thought for a moment, then continued, "Those demon gods, they are all devil cultivators with the highest strength who have lived in the demon world for a long time. Moreover, the things they do are sought after by the majority of the devil cultivator, and they are titled as demon gods." Su Meiyao laughed. "There aren't many beautiful and kind experts like Senior Sister in the demon world. But since ancient times, only one demon god with the surname Bai has ever been bestowed the title of demon god after doing something good." Bai Yu sighed lightly. "But right now, the Bai clan in the demon world is already beginning to decline. I wonder how many of the disciples of the Bai clan are able to comply with the teachings of the White clan's devil god back then." Chen Xiang had always wondered why Bai Yu was different from the majority of the demon realm's devil cultivator. Now, he finally understood that this was actually due to the bloodline, but now it seemed that this race, which had good blood in them, was about to fall. It was already good that he could last so long in such an environment. 10 days had passed, and Chen Xiang had already successfully merged with his incomplete god soul. At this time, he had already passed the stage where his god soul had evolved and reached the mature stage. 2 extremely weak and incomplete strands of the divine soul had allowed his soul to advance by leaps and bounds. If it were a complete devil-suppressing heavenly venerable divine soul, he wouldn't dare to imagine it. I reckon that the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable intentionally gave this to someone with the potential to cultivate. That Wan Ji Xingren already had potential in the first place, but was used by a guy like Tai Hong, causing him to walk the evil path, and in the end, let me take advantage of him. Chen Xiang chuckled. "I am an upright person who cultivates the gods, and I even received so many benefits from suppressing demon heaven. I definitely won't disappoint devil-suppressing heavenly venerable." Chen Xiang also thought that it was very strange. Ever since he started cultivating the devil-suppressing kung fu and refined the devil-suppressing golden body, the things that were closely related to the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable were always obtained by him one after another. It was also because of this reason that he was able to keep his life in danger. Around Demon and Devil Sinkhole, the experts were still the same. 10 days had said, and the magical corruption gas still had not retreated. They could only wait patiently. C701. C701. When Chen Xiang was at the bottom of the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, he had no idea what was happening above. All he wanted to do now was to quickly cultivate to the 11th layer of the Devil Subduing method, so that he could use an even more powerful devilish suppressing force to purify the magic seed that was stuck on his palm. Devil Subduing method was a very complicated martial arts technique, and inside those martial arts techniques, a few words contained a lot of information, and after combining, it would become even more difficult to understand, and now Chen Xiang had to arrange all of the mantras from the 1st layer to the 10th layer from new. As long as they were arranged well, and cultivated smoothly, then he would be able to cultivate the Devil Subduing method to the great perfection stage. This was a very difficult task. After all, there were many mantras in the heart, and right now it was equivalent to assembling all of these mantras in order and arranging them once more. And after arranging them, one could practice without making a mistake and be able to unleash an even stronger power. Currently, Chen Xiang was just like playing with a jigsaw puzzle. The hardest part was that he did not know what the original appearance of the jigsaw puzzle was. He could only judge the connection between each section of the chant based on his understanding of the devil-suppressing kung fu and his experience in cultivating multiple divine arts before combining them. If he did not have this kind of solid foundation, he would not be able to see the 11th layer of the Devil Subduing method, which was also the Great Perfection stage. Chen Xiang guessed that the 11th layer was the hardest to cultivate, otherwise the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable would not use this kind of method to hide himself so well. S soul had already reached the mature stage, which allowed his mind to work even faster. In this way, his progress would be even faster, and if he were to use the foreseeing alchemy to refine pills, it would definitely be even easier. This was also the reason why alchemists had such high requirements for spiritual sense. Chen Xiang slowly descended, and his surroundings became pitch black. This also made it difficult for him to feel that he was descending, and as time said, he was nearing the completion of the 11th floor, but it had already been 3 months. Those rankers around the Demon and Devil Sinkhole continued to sit where they were, guarding against those terrifying magical corruption gas that tried to invade their bodies. In this period of time, an old man who was slightly negligent was pierced by the magical corruption gas into his body and turned into a pair of purplish-black rotten flesh. This made the experts even more wary of him. Once they were careless, it would only take an instant to kill them. What made them feel helpless was that the magical corruption gas were lingering, forming a huge barrier, enveloping the surroundings of the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, spinning frantically, constantly pulling at the magical corruption gas beneath the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, causing it to become denser and denser. Although the magical corruption gas was transparent and tasteless, they could clearly feel it, and it was just a gust of chilly wind. There's really a lot of these magical corruption gas. How many demon corpses down there are able to form such a terrifying magical corruption gas? Chen Xiang exclaimed. Looks like the experience of great war between 3 realms last time was definitely extraordinary. He wouldn't have formed this kind of Demon and Devil Sinkhole, and mortal martial realm wouldn't have lost so many martial arts and alchemy civilizations as well. That time, it must have been a very heavy loss. Bai Yu said, "My sister has researched magical corruption gas for many years, so it wasn't easy to form it. She took many years and painstaking effort to gather only a little bit." Bai Yu's sister, Bai Ziqian. Chen Xiang thought back to the violent and enchanting venomous beauty, and a smile rose on his face. He clearly remembered the time when he ruthlessly grabbed Bai Ziqian's firm and rich chest, and the devil-scorpion princess that was covered in poison was something only a man like him, who possessed the devil-suppressing golden body, could submit to. Bai Yu, the originally cold and heartless princess, had already been half melted by him. He felt that the devil-scorpion princess would be detoxified by him sooner or later. This magical corruption gas is so powerful, should I collect some? Chen Xiang's eyes lit up. This thing was as powerful as G-Ro de-eclipse powder, and it was ready-made. It's very difficult to collect. There are no good containers to store them in. Bai Yu also felt that it was a pity. Back then, after her sister searched bitterly for a long time, she finally found a trace of it. Back then, my sister spent a lot of time searching for a container that could hold magical corruption gas. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. Sister Yu, I am the best container in the world, if not for this D.A.M. and magic core entangling me, I would absorb a large amount of magical corruption gas and condense them into Jinyuan granule, keep them in my dantian, and release them when I need them, haha. I am invincible. You have to be careful when using it. This magical corruption gas is also a taboo poison in the demon world, just like the de-eclipse powder. Once it is discovered, your portrait will be posted all over the three great heaven realms. Bai Yu said. The three great heaven realms were the demon world, and the higher realm of the mortal realm. The mortal realm was also called the immortal world, but because the immortal world was the strongest, it was generally called heaven realm. Qin Xiang suddenly said emotionally, I'm about to finish it. I'm about to reach the great circle of devil-subduing method, I'll soon finish it. In his mind, the new arrangement of the devil-subduing method's heart chant seemed to be emitting a golden light. When all the new order of the heart chant was completed, something unexpected happened. At this moment, he had the same feeling as when he first started cultivating in the devil-suppressing Kung Fu. After completing the new ranking, he had actually comprehended the 11th level, and did not need to cultivate according to those mental cultivation methods. There were many people who had learned the heart chant for the devil-suppressing Kung Fu, but very few people had cultivated it. Back then, when Chen Xiang memorized the chant from the devil-suppressing sky monument, he had foolishly learned it, and today, the same was true for the great perfection of the devil-subduing method. Qin Xiang's entire body emitted a kind of sacred silver-white light, the clothes on his body suddenly became ashes. A new set of silver-white luxurious clothes appeared on his body, causing him to look and filled with a kind of intimidating aura, as though all the demons in the world were unable to even raise their heads in front of him. Devil-suppressing holy power. After completing the great perfection of the devil-subduing method, you actually fused it into the devil-suppressing Kung Fu, allowing it to evolve into a devil-suppressing holy power. If you do not cultivate to the devil-suppressing golden body, you will not be able to cultivate to this stage without the help of devil-suppressing blood. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed with a sacred silver-white glow. At this moment, he was like a god who specialized in defeating demons. Heh. Now you know how to be afraid of this loathsome thing? Chen Xiang's arm shook. He activated devil-suppressing holy power and allowed it to flow into the magic seed, only to see the originally black magic seed suddenly becoming pure white. In just an instant it had been completely purified, and it was a lot smaller as well. But that was actually an incomparably pure energy, and as he channeled the devouring magic Kung Fu, he directly devoured it into his body. He then activated the fire dantian to refine it, and then used the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu to compress the refined energy into a Jinyuan granule. The purged magic core contained a huge amount of energy, which made Chen Xiang extremely happy. He was frantically absorbing it, as this would allow his cultivation to increase by a step. The purged magic core contained a huge amount of energy, which made Chen Xiang extremely happy. He was frantically absorbing it, as this would allow his cultivation to increase by a step. After he cultivated the devil-subduing method to the great perfection stage, the devil-suppressing holy power in his body was able to remove the demonic energy, causing him to no longer be torn apart or squeezed by the energies in the demon and devil sinkhole, and thus causing him to plummet down. The demon and devil sinkhole was very deep. Chun Xiang suspected that the strong demon and evil energy had already formed a spatial tunnel below them that led to other worlds. It's best if you don't go, otherwise you won't be able to come back. Bai Yu saw that Chun Xiang had suddenly fallen, and anxiously shouted. She did not want Chun Xiang to go to a place like the demon world right now. Even though it was a low-level demon world, it was still extremely dangerous for Chun Xiang. After getting rid of the magic seed, Chun Xiang moved freely. He immediately used his mana to levitate his body, and did not continue to descend. After he completely absorbed the purified magic seed, he would consider other things. The impurities have already been cleansed, and the remaining portion may be very little, but it's enough for you to enter the middle stage of the 100 refining realm. Remember, when you cultivate, you need to continue refining your body, although your physical body is already strong enough, but the 100 refining realm is merely the starting point. Bai Yu said. Chun Xiang's fleshly body had a very high starting point. Even though his fleshly body had already completely surpassed the limits of a mortal, based on his current cultivation situation, his body had only just begun tempering in the 100 refining realm, and would be considered the pinnacle by his own standards. Facing the powerful Tai Hong, as well as the coming demons, Chun Xiang longed for more and more for power. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly break through and then leave demon and devil sinkhole. Within mortal martial realm, so many experts had suddenly disappeared, but no one left any traces behind when they left. This made many people puzzled. Some even suspected that these experts had hidden themselves to avoid the great war between 3 realms that was about to arrive. However, who would have thought that these strong 1. Tioniers at the peak of mortal martial realm, who were on the brink of life and death, would be tormented by fear? Because if they were careless, they would have been devoured by the magical corruption gas. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chun Xiang, who was below demon and devil sinkhole, had also completely devoured the purified devil seed. During the process of cultivation, he would circulate fire dantian and release a type of flame that was specialized for refining the body. It could make him, who had the heaven fire soul, feel a scorching pain, and in this way, achieve the effect of tempering the body. Every time he broke through, the number of Zhenyuan granule would double. At this point in time, he already had 640,000 Zhenyuan granule, and if he reached the late stage of the 100 refining realm, he would have 1,000,000 Zhenyuan granule. I wonder how many Zhenyuan granule there will be after I enter the nirvana stage? Chun Xiang was a little excited, but after looking at his dantian, he realized that even if he had 1,000,000 Zhenyuan granule, he could only make the 5 mighty beast statue light up a little. It was no different from before, and he didn't know what level the innate chi had to reach to make the 5 beast statue completely light up. It's been so long, but this magical corruption gas is still constantly spitting out blood. Let me see if I can absorb some of it into my body. Chun Xiang activated his devouring magic kung fu, allowing the magical corruption gas around him to enter his body. What made him a little depressed was that his devil-suppressing holy power was too strong. The moment those magical corruption gas entered his body, they were immediately erased by the devil-suppressing holy power. Even so, Chun Xiang did not give up. He released his mystical mana and formed a pathway within his body that led to his dantian. He then absorbed the magical corruption gas and compressed it inside his dantian through that Pa-S sage. The magical corruption gas was separated by the magic power, and being unable to feel the devil-suppressing holy power, Chun Xiang was able to successfully compress the magical corruption gas into his dantian. Even if this thing explodes in my body, it will be immediately purified. Chen Xiang chuckled, then crazily devoured the magical corruption gas. If the people from the demon world knew that his dantian was filled with a large number of magical corruption gas, they would definitely hide far away from him. Sister Yu, is your sister, the magic scorpion, afraid of this magical corruption gas? Chen Xiang asked. This devil scorpion princess by Ziqian, who was covered in poison, in Chen Xiang's opinion, could also be considered impenetrable. She's not afraid. She was surrounded and killed by the demon realm because she possessed a magical corruption gas. In the end, a demon God appeared and allowed her to destroy this thing in front of many powerful devil cultivator. That was the only way to resolve her crisis. Bai Yu said. Chen Xiang chuckled. I think she definitely misses this kind of thing. In the future, will I have a chance to see her again? When he thought about Bai Yu's wild, cold, and charming older sister, Chen Xiang's heart started to waver. There must be a chance, Bai Yu seemed to have seen through Chen Xiang's thoughts, and coldly snorted. Little scoundrel, this woman is my opponent, you decide. Su Meiyao scoffed. How could she not know what Chen Xiang was thinking? Cough cough, this is a matter of the future, let's talk about it in the future. Chen Xiang realized that he had been exposed, and anxiously said, and continued to swallow the magical corruption gas. If Laozi was in a fight with this magical corruption gas, then how amazing would he be? Chen Xiang sighed. I never thought that practicing the devil-suppressing kung fu would be enough for me to control these vicious magical corruption gases. If I go to the demon realm, I might be able to become the #1 demon in the world of demons. But at the same time, I also obtained the inheritance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, haha. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not object to Chen Xiang doing this in the first place, because they knew that Chen Xiang would not use this kind of power to harm the common people. When you use it, you must not leave it alive. Bai Yu warned again. Relax, this thing isn't easy to control, and it can't be used to destroy corpses and remove traces. I still feel that the God Eclipse powder is a little easier to use, but the God Eclipse powder needs to be refined, and I also need older broken soul tree to be able to refine stronger God Eclipse powder. Chen Xiang said. Chen Xiang drew a small area in his dantian specifically to compress the magical corruption gas. He felt that this would be his most powerful way of keeping a person's life alive in the future. If Chen Xiang knew about the situation up there, he would have gone up a long time ago. He could move freely amongst the magical corruption gas, and those innates that couldn't even move a muscle could only kill him as they pleased. A month had passed, and Chen Xiang felt that it was about time to go up. He started to float, but he suddenly felt that no matter how he floated up, he himself seemed to be retreating. This made him frightened. Chapter 703, Poisonous Beast Devil God. Chapter 703, Poisonous Beast Devil God. Chen Xiang was clearly flying upwards, but he felt like he was retreating. This made it hard for him to understand, so he increased his speed and continued to fly upwards. However, it was the same if he increased his speed. Moreover, he could feel that the demonic death chi was becoming heavier and heavier. What the hell? Chen Xiang floated without moving, then allowed himself to descend. However, as he descended, he was actually descending. I'm trapped. Chen Xiang clenched his teeth and said. Reverse the chaos in the SPAC, the ACCU. Mulat demonic death aura over the years, forming a very powerful force, reversing the flow of the SPAC here, but the demonic death chi was not affected at all. Seems like this is only effective against the things that fell in here. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang looked up above. It was only pitch black. He cursed loudly and asked, Little dragon, what do we do in this situation? Is there any way to get out? Right, I have a Luo Tian sect. After Chen Xiang asked this question, he slapped his head and anxiously took out a disc. It's no use, the SPAC here is unstable and it's very chaotic. If you randomly open the SPAC gate and get transported to some unknown SPAC, then it'll be troublesome if you can't find the direction of the SPAC. Long Shui said. This made Xinxiang feel even more dejected. Let's go down and take a look. There might be another way out. Long Shui sighed. Xinxiang had been to many dangerous places before, and those places were all dangerous places. Even if some strong warriors went in there, they would probably lose their lives, but he would always be able to get out. Just go. Xinxiang's entire body was releasing devil-suppressing holy power, causing all the panicked evil energy inside the demonic sky pit to be unable to touch his body. Without the protection of these powers, his body plummeted. He was very curious about the bottom of demonic sky pit, but he was also a little afraid that he would run into some powerful stuff that would leave him with nowhere to go. Haha, a very courageous brat. As expected of the successor to the demon-suppressing old ghost. After Xinxiang fell for half a day, a sinister laughter came from below, making Xinxiang's hair stand on end. There's a powerful fellow sealed below. Xinxiang guessed, and it was sealed by the exalted demon lord. Xinxiang suddenly saw 5 points of light below him. Not long later, he saw the fellow who laughed sinisterly, a purple-black man whose purple-black skin was covered with a lot of wrinkles that made people want to throw up. He had long ears, a mouth that revealed 2 fangs, and a pair of eyes that were filled with rotten flesh. What is this? Xinxiang allowed himself to float. The monster was surrounded by 5 gigantic stone tablets. Its body was tied up with many thick iron chains, and those iron chains were not ordinary iron chains. There was a type of silvery white aurora on them. The links were filled with complicated spirit grain. The iron chain was connected to the 5 gigantic stone tablets surrounding the monster. Xinxiang landed on a giant iron chain that was as large as a bridge, stepped onto the chain and went straight up, standing on top of a giant monument, and looked down at the terrifying monster below. It's from Exalted Demon Lord. Xinxiang looked at the giant tablets and the iron chains. That's right, it was old Demon Zhen who trapped me here. He caused me to suffer the torment of the demonic death Qi all year long. The monster's voice was incomparably sinister and filled with hatred. It struggled, but it could not move those thick iron chains at all. This is the poisonous beast Devil God. He was originally a normal person, but he didn't know that he would turn into such a monster. This guy is very famous in the 3 great heaven realms, even though he's been missing for a long time. Bai Yuyu exclaimed. Su Meiyao and Long Shui knew of this person's capabilities, and were extremely shocked. Although poisonous beast Devil God was trapped, Xinxiang and the others were inexplicably terrified. I had a great battle with the poison dragon back then, but I seem to have lost. After that, the 2 of them went missing. Could it be that it has something to do with the exalted demon lord? Long Shui said. Poisonous beast Devil God. I never thought that you would be locked in here. However, the fate of that poison dragon is much worse than yours. Xinxiang laughed. What is your background? How do you know about this? Poisonous beast Devil God asked anxiously. I am the descendant of the exalted demon lord. How could I not know about it? Xinxiang laughed. That old poison dragon is already dead, and died in Holy Pill Realm. Even though he is dead, his poisonous blood has still plagued our Holy Pill Realm for many years. You don't seem like a disciple of old Demon Zhen. This old thing definitely won't accept disciples. I actually know that he left his stuff in many different worlds. You probably got lucky, got his stuff, and refined devil-suppressing holy power, right? Poisonous beast Devil God laughed coldly. Don't think that you can lie to me. Xinxiang did not expect this monster to be so smart. Even though it was seen through, he remained calm. Can you tell me how to get out? Haha. poisonous beast devil G. Oh. D laughed out loud. I knew you were trapped here and wanted to get out. Old Demon Zhen never thought that there would be a day when you would trap his successor, although you got lucky. It's not easy to cultivate his devil-suppressing kung fu. You can say that you are very outstanding, but you can only accompany me here until your death. Ha ha! After Shen Xiang heard this, his expression became extremely ugly. If you want to leave, there's only one way, and that is to destroy this 5-elemental demon sealing array and destroy the power of this chaotic S.P.A.C. But then, I can leave too. The poisonous beast devil G. Oh. D licked his face with his long tongue, making Shen Xiang want to slash off his blade at his. Unless you release me, you can only stay here to accompany me. Of course, you can also choose to continue to that chaotic energy-filled S.P.A.C. The poisonous beast devil G. Oh. D laughed sinisterly. Shen Xiang laughed coldly. I still have another way, which is to kill you and destroy this formation again. You want to kill me? Do you think you can do something that even the exalted demon lord cannot? That's ridiculous. After all these years, this was his happiest day. Although he could not escape, he would still have to accompany him for many years after seeing his proud successor in the exalted demon lord. Poisonous beast devil G. Oh. D trapped him here because she wanted to use the demonic death chi to kill him. But all these years, his eyes had only rotted and her body was still healthy. However, his body had also become much more fragile. However, it seemed that he could continue for many more years. Come, brat. I want to see what method you will use to kill me. Even I myself cannot kill myself. Quickly, let me die happily. Poisonous beast devil G. O. D provoked Shen Xiang, his voice full of ridicule. Even though the poisonous beast devil God wanted Shen Xiang to give him a quick death, he didn't want to die at all. He had been imprisoned here by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable for so long, and it contained grievances. Even though the poisonous beast devil G. O. D wanted Shen Xiang to give him a quick death, he didn't want to die at all. He had been imprisoned here by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable for so long, and it contained grievances. The reason why he said that was simply because he thought that Shen Xiang couldn't kill him, and that even the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable couldn't kill him, let alone Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang stood on top of a giant monument and looked down at the monster that was ridiculing him. Why didn't you come? Or are you afraid to come down and approach me? The poisonous beast devil G. O. D had been bored for so long, it was rare for someone to come here alive, and this person was someone the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable had spent so much effort and time to choose as his successor. When he thought of how Shen Xiang would accompany him here for so many years, he laughed even more happily. If you want to kill me, the first thing you have to do is to cut open my skin. My skin has 81 layers. After you break it, you have to destroy everything inside my body, but the things inside my body are much more powerful than my skin. Devil-suppressing heavenly venerable had great difficulty breaking through my skin back then, but was unable to destroy my internal organs or break my bones. Do you think you can do that? The poisonous beast devil G. O. D laughed. Long Shui said, what this guy said is true, his ugly body seems to come from the highest realm, the G. O. D realm, so it's very difficult to destroy it. Look at the surface of his body, it's completely fine now. He should have the ability to repair himself. There's only one way, and that is to use G. O. D eclipse powder to melt this fellow. Su Meiyao suddenly became excited. If Shen Xiang could do something that even the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable could not, then that would be a very exciting thing. I'll try using the green dragon demon-slain broadsword first. A cyan light suddenly flashed from Shen Xiang's hand, followed by a burst of cyan lightning, and the mighty divine blade appeared. The lifelike dragon sculpture on top of it trembled slightly, and let out a clear dragon cry. What is this? The poisonous beast devil G.O.D. was shocked. The thing in Chen Xiang's hands made him feel threatened. The thing that killed you. Chen Xiang leapt high into the air, and just as he was about to land on poisonous beast devil G.O.D's gigantic body, he raised his blade and slashed across, creating a gully-like wound on poisonous beast devil G.O.D's chest. Ah! Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. let out a thunderous roar in pain. Brat, what exactly did you use? When Chen Xiang saw that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was effective, he was secretly happy in his heart. He did not answer poisonous beast devil G.O.D's question, but instead brandished the divine blade on his wrinkled skin, cutting off the stone-like thick skin. Following Chen Xiang's control of his mind, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword grew bigger and grew, and could cut even deeper. Chen Xiang felt as easy as cutting tofu now, but when he stirred the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, he realized that he was stopped by many things, and those things were not cut off as easily as he imagined. The thing inside poisonous beast devil G.O.D's body was extremely stiff. D.A.M. Ned Brat, you're the first person to cut my skin so many times. I'm going to die from the pain. Don't let me grab onto you or else I'll pull your intestines out bit by bit. Although his skin was stiff, it was still more painful than when he cut it open. Chen Xiang opened a hole on the poisonous beast devil G.O.D's chest that was like a well. Seeing the layers of different colored skin that were cut by him, he couldn't help but be amazed that there was actually such a miraculous creature in the world. Through the black well, Chen Xiang could see the normal beating black heart below him. Those magical corruption gas should be able to enter your body now. Let's see how long you can laugh for. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. Humph, just a mere magical corruption gas, it can't kill me. Although the poisonous beast devil G.O.D. was in pain, he still could not let Chen Xiang succeed. He only saw that the wound that Chen Xiang had opened was actually slowly healing. Although the speed was slow, it would only take a few days to completely heal. Even if it did not, magical corruption gas would not have decades to rot his body. This poisonous beast devil G.O.D's body was truly terrifying. This was the strongest existence in the world of demons. It really opened Chen Xiang's eyes. With this kind of terrifying flesh, no wonder even devil-suppressing heavenly venerable could do nothing about it. Even if you peel off my skin, I will still grow back. I will not die. Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. laughed crazily. The first thing to heal was the poisonous beast devil G.O.D's flesh. It would only take half an hour to heal, and the 81 layers of skin would completely heal within a few days. Although G.O.D. eclipse powders are fine, I don't know when I'll be able to finish refining them. This guy's body is too terrifying. Chen Xiang sat on top of the gigantic purple-black body, trying to figure out a way to kill it. Powerful G.O.D. eclipse powder had very high requirements for the age of the materials, and it had to be known that this poisonous beast devil G.O.D. was a guy with an extremely strong fleshly body. We'll know once we try it. The difficulty of refining high-level G.O.D. eclipse powder is not high, it just needs a very long time. This fellow's internal organs are very strong, and all kinds of energy cannot harm it. Su Meiyao said, I will make that broken soul tree's age increase again. When the time comes, you will refine the G.O.D. eclipse powder here. Give up, Seeing that Chen Xiang was standing on top of him and not moving, poisonous beast devil G.O.D. laughed out loud. Chen Xiang ignored him, took out a few G.O.D. eclipse powder and sprinkled them into the slowly healing wound, landing them on the meat. What is this? Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. felt that the meat was a little itchy and painful. Chen Xiang observed the slowly melting meat and discovered that this low-rank G.O.D. powder was actually so useful that it could melt some of the meat. Alright, I should be able to refine a high-grade heaven-level G.O.D. powder. Su Meiyao used the creation divine liquid to speed it up. When some of the spirit herbs were incomplete, they could be irrigated by creation divine liquid and become complete. Spirit medicine was originally complete. With creation divine liquid, it could increase the growth speed of the spirit medicine. High-grade heaven level? How can I refine it now? Chen Xiang was startled. He could only refine a earth-grade low-rank Dan now, but he was unable to refine a high-grade heaven level all of a sudden. This requires a very powerful flame and divine intent, and then experience. High-grade heaven levels G.O.D. powder obviously cannot cause any harm to this guy, so you need to add a large number of magical corruption gas, and with the two of them mixed together, the effect will be even greater. Su Meiyao said excitedly. That kind of laughter sounded like a deceitful female devil, making Chen Xiang's HI+ uncontrollably. When the time comes, leave everything to me and Shui. For now, the three of us will merge together. I will control your body to refine pills, and at the same time, use Shui's powerful consciousness. That should work. Su Meiyao had already formulated a plan. Su Meiyao was a woman who was cyanate about refining pills. Because she had lost her energy, she was unable to refine pills for many years, and after being unable to do so for so long, her hands had started to itch. Su Meiyao was a woman who was cyanate about refining pills. Because she had lost her energy, she was unable to refine pills for many years, and after being unable to do so for so long, her hands had started to itch. It was extremely rare for an alchemist to be able to come into contact with these two powerful things at the same time, and no one had ever tried it before. Sometimes, the alchemist was also treated like a devil, especially those who fled to the ends of the earth to refine poisons. They were treated as devils in the heaven realm. This requires a large amount of G.O.D. powder's medicinal herbs. I have already ordered senior sister to Ma's produce them inside, and then there is the magical corruption gas to fuse these two things together. Furthermore, it will be in a large quantity, and after compression the quality will increase. Su Meiyao laughed. Little scoundrel, you might be able to meet that old fellow, devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, again in the future. At that time, you can brag about yourself in front of him. Chen Xiang chuckled. Then I'll leave it to you, my good sister. His entire body relaxed, allowing Long Xue's and Su Meiyao's consciousness to enter his mind. Then, with Long Xue taking the lead, he used her Imperial Dragon race's mysterious cultivation method to temporarily fuse the souls of the three of them together. The body of a man is strange. Su Meiyao looked at his hands. Being possessed by two women, I also feel that it's weird. If I have the chance, I want to possess your body as well. Chen Xiang laughed. The little scoundrel would definitely touch a woman's body at any time if he attached himself to her. Long Xue giggled. Don't think too much. I'm going to focus on refining the G.O.D. powder. Be more serious. Su Meiyao scoffed. Of course, the three of them were using their consciousness to converse, otherwise, when the poisonous beast devil G.O.D. heard this, they would have thought that he was sick. Little scoundrel, learn a little, I'm going to start now. Su Meiyao said, taking out the Yanlong furnace. Being able to use this furnace to refine pills, she could not help but sigh. At this time, when their three souls fused, they felt that it was extremely strange, and Chen Xiang could see what he was doing, but that was not what he was doing. He was only relaxing, allowing the other consciousness in his body to control his body. Su Meiyao understood Chen Xiang the best. She even knew how many hairs on his body he had. Now that she was using Chen Xiang's body, she could control him easily. Just as Su Meiyao had said, the amount of flowers, fruits, leaves, branches, tree roots and skins that the broken soul tree refined were all numerous. All of them were poured into large baskets of Yanlong Furnace S. Chen Xiang had the heaven fire soul, his flames were strong enough, and his own innate qi was also very dense. It was enough for Chen Xiang to release flames and refine pills for a long time. Long Shui had a strong soul, his mana and consciousness were both very strong, and were more than enough for Su Meiyao to use. Sister Meiyao, this is so good. In the future, won't you be concocting pills this way more often? You are definitely not just a pill sect, I feel that you are at least a Dan immortal, haha. You can concoct a lot of immortal pills like this, Chen Xiang said excitedly. Su Meiyao had told Chen Xiang before that she was only a pill sect, but Chen Xiang had never believed it before. At this moment, he was even more sure of his conjecture that Su Meiyao was at least a Dan immortal. If only it could be like this, but this is still not my body, it will still affect my performance, and you two little fellows are not strong enough to concoct immortal pills. At most, I can concoct low-grade heaven-level pills, and my speed is also very slow. Su Meiyao's words shattered Chen Xiang's fantasies. This high-level D-eclipse powder is much easier to refine than those heaven-level pills, and it takes a long time to refine. If you want to refine it well, I think it would take more than a year. Su Meiyao's words stunned Chen Xiang. Yanlong Furnace S had an accelerating array formation, and that would take more than a year. If it was an ordinary pill furnace, wouldn't it take even more years? Oh right, this is the time to fuse with a large number of magical corruption gas. Just watch. Su Meiyao said. From this, Chen Xiang immediately focused on refining the pellet. More than a year had passed said, and during Su Meiyao's refining, he did not forget to condense creation divine liquid S to make more of the D-eclipse powder's medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang already could not remember how many times he had put in the Yanlong furnace. What surprised him the most was that he had to fuse so many D-eclipse powders refined from medicinal ingredients into a small box. From this, it could be seen how high the quality of the box was. Of course, during the refining process, Su Meiyao controlled Chen Xiang's body and used the devouring magic kung fu person. He absorbed a large amount of magical corruption gas and poured it into the furnace, causing the two to fuse together. As for how effective it was, no one knew. The poisonous beast devil G.O.D. only thought of Chen Xiang as a cultivator. He had long forgotten about Chen Xiang being able to harm him before. Although he was surprised, Chen Xiang could not kill him in the end. There were a lot of magical corruption gas that entered from the chaotic SPAC below. Even after more than a year, they did not show any signs of weakening. Thus, the rankers around the demon and devil sinkhole were also like before, patiently waiting for the magical corruption gas to leave. Completed. Su Meiyao let out a long sigh as she opened up the Yanlong furnace and looked at the floating black and white powder. It looks really amazing. Chen Xiang really wanted to see how effective it was. Shui, it's been hard on you. Let us return to our original appearances. Su Meiyao was not tired either, but was full of energy. Chen Xiang grabbed the powder that was mixed in black and white, and rubbed it on his fingertip. These things are useless to you, but to others. Su Meiyao laughed sinisterly. Chen Xiang was somewhat disappointed that he was only able to refine this much after suffering for more than a year. Then let's test how powerful he really is. Chen Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and scratched poisonous beast devil God's chest, digging out pieces of skin and black flesh. Brat, stop. Although Chen Xiang couldn't kill him, she could make him feel pain. This made him extremely angry, as the majestic devil God's was repeatedly insulted by this little ant. He felt extremely aggrieved. Chen Xiang ignored him and continued doing his thing. Only by doing this could he leave this D.A.M. Ned place. Useless. Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. felt another wound on his chest, and said disdainfully. Chen Xiang looked at the small pile of black and white powder in his palm. His heart was no longer confident. However, when he thought about the large amount of God eclipse powder medicine and the large amount of magical corruption gas S that had refined this powder, his confidence suddenly rose. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the powder to fall on top of the giant beating heart. Then, he leapt up and landed on top of a giant monument. Brat, what is this thing? Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. let out a bone-chilling scream. The powder was useful, which made Chen Xiang extremely happy. It was just a small pile of powder, yet it actually caused poisonous beast devil God to cry out in pain. It was just a small pile of powder, yet it actually caused poisonous beast devil G.O.D. to cry out in pain. This fellow is melting, Long Shui said. Once the powder made from the fusion of God eclipse powder and magical corruption gas entered the poisonous beast devil God's body, it quickly spread. What is this? D.A.M. N brat, I will skin you alive. Poisonous beast devil G.O.D. was shocked and angry. His innards that couldn't even move the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable was actually beginning to melt. This was refined from the fusion of a God eclipse powder. You will slowly die, stop talking nonsense. Chen Xiang laughed. Demon. Of course, poisonous beast devil G.O.D. knew about God eclipse powder. He never thought that Chen Xiang would actually smelt God eclipse powder together with them. Heh, the same goes for me. Chen Xiang was sitting on the giant monument, patiently waiting for the poisonous beast devil God to die. It's a pity that his soul has already been crippled by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. Otherwise, swallowing his soul would have allowed your soul to improve even more rapidly. Long Shui sighed. Poisonous beast devil G.O.D's scream continued for 2 days before it disappeared. There was a puddle of black water at the bottom of the 5 giant tablets that were glowing with a silvery white light. In the middle of the black water, there was a pearl that was emitting a purple glow. It was about the size of a fist. It should be the poisonous beast's beast core. Long Shui exclaimed. With such a large poisonous beast and such a small beast core, it must be something good. The smaller the beast core, the better it was. Chen Xiang jumped down and anxiously picked up the beast core and placed it into the ring. This guy probably became a poisonous beast after he ate this thing. This thing is temporarily useless to you, but it can prove that you killed this guy, said she. Long Shui and Bai Yu played around inside, and could not find anything special. You can leave now. Chen Xiang originally thought that it would take a long time for him to destroy the giant monoliths, but who would have thought that after the poisonous beast devil G.O.D. died, the 5 giant monoliths and the giant iron chains would suddenly turn into gold powder and disappear into the pitch-black SPAC. Haha, I can finally get out. A silver-white light suddenly flashed from Chen Xiang's body, and under the silver-white light, waves of red flames spouted out. Chen Xiang flapped his wings and quickly flew up. With the protection of the devil-suppressing holy power, he was not afraid of the Suzaku fire wing being torn apart by the various powers inside. These magical corruption gas have been Gus Hi plusing for so long, it can't possibly be all over the Chern Martial continent, right? Chen Xiang suddenly started to worry. This kind of thing was not something that anyone could bear. Probably not. This demon and devil sinkhole has a strange suction force. You were sucked down by it before, Long Shui said. Around demon and devil sinkhole, the faces of the experts were not good. After all, they were in a dangerous situation, and if they were to be careless for a bit, they would easily lose their lives, and they would die in an ugly way. Of course, 4 powerful beings like them, who cared about their reputation, dying in front of others was the most important matter. The sky above Demon and Devil Sinkhole was shrouded in black clouds all year round, and at this moment, there were also those invisible magical corruption gases. Suddenly, a burst of fire-red light shone over, and everyone turned to look at Demon and Devil Sinkhole, only to see a pair of gigantic fire wings flapping, rising from Demon and Devil Sinkhole. The majestic fire wings were actually released by a single person. Everyone quickly saw who it was Chen Xiang. After Chen Xiang ascended, he hastily withdrew his flaming wings and floated in the air, looking down. Very quickly, he saw the strong experts, and many of them were people he was familiar with. Seeing this scene, he quickly thought of something, especially seeing Tai Hong's frightened face. He smiled even more happily in his heart. Gu Dongchen's heart, which had been hanging in the air for many days, finally relaxed. He did not expect that after almost 2 years, Chen Xiang would actually come back alive from below. "This kid is really worrying me to death." Lu Menger pouted playfully. Her jade-like face was full of excitement as she held back her tears from falling and watched Chen Xiang slowly descend from the sky. Tai Hong and the rest were all terrified, because Chen Xiang was not affected by the magical corruption gas. How was this possible? They had witnessed several rancors decomposing into purple-black rotten flesh with their own eyes. What was most unbelievable was that Chen Xiang, who had fallen into the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, actually managed to come back alive after almost 2 years. "Aren't these guys from East Sea City? I remember that they seemed to have joined the alliance. Why are they sitting together with an old demon like Tai Hong now?" Chen Xiang landed gently, not affected in the slightest by the magical corruption gas. Of course, Chen Xiang could tell that these rancors did not dare to move in order to resist the magical corruption gas, but he could move now. These guys suddenly went overboard. "Junior Marshal Uncle, you handle it." Gu Dongchen's words made those people from the Rebel Alliance feel like they were going to be executed. Chen Xiang also saw Han Lai, who had a face as ashen as ash. He looked at Han Lai and asked, "Where is this guy?" This angered Han Lai to the point that he vomited blood. This brat actually used such a thing to describe himself as the Hall Master of Fire Divine Palace. To watch the show, Lian Yingxiao said, at this time, the people on Gu Dongchen's side were all extremely excited. They knew that Chen Xiang would definitely not let them off. Tai Hong panicked and roared, "Chen Xiang, you demon who is fused with a demon seed, if there is a day, you will definitely be devoured by the demon Gods, and will bring a calamity to the entire mortal martial realm. Old man, don't think about slandering me. The one who wanted to fuse with the magic seed is you, the one who obtained the powerful strength. I only stopped you, and you beat me down of Demon and Devil Sinkhole." Chen Xiang said with a cold smile. He walked towards Tai Hong and explained to the others what happened on the altar that day. Everyone suddenly realized, they really wanted to know the reason why Gu Dongchen allowed them to arrive in such a hurry. It seemed like it was necessary now. If Tai Hong succeeded, then it would truly be a disaster for mortal martial realm. If you did not fuse with a demon seed, how could you resist the magical corruption gas? Do you know what a magical corruption gas is? Tai Hong's words caused everyone to become suspicious. Now, everyone had a better understanding of the magic core. If Chen Xiang managed to fuse with a magic core, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. "Your father's impenetrable, a mere magical corruption gas is nothing." Chen Xiang laughed. His entire body shook. The silver-white holy light shot out in all 4 directions from his body, looking extremely holy. "Even if it's a magic seed, I can still purify it." At this time, Chen Xiang was like a God, causing everyone to exclaim in their hearts. Amongst these people, Only Tai Hong could tell that the silver-white glow emitted from Chen Xiang's body was the evolved form of the devil-suppressing qi, and he had only heard of it. Amongst these people, only Tai Hong could tell that the silver-white glow emitted from Chen Xiang's body was the evolved form of the devil-suppressing qi, and he had only heard of it. Tai Hong suddenly felt that Chen Xiang was even more mysterious now. Chen Xiang had some powerful devil arts, but he could still cultivate the evil suppression techniques to such a degree. In his view, these martial arts should have conflict with each other, but now they actually coexisted perfectly on Chen Xiang's body. Of course, what he was most worried about was how Chen Xiang would deal with them. Tai Hong knew that Chen Xiang would not let him go. Upon seeing Chen Xiang walk towards them step by step, his heart was thumping hard. He could not move at all. As long as he moved, the dense magical corruption gas would dig into his body, and in an instant, he would turn into a pile of rotten flesh. Now, they could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. Chen Xiang, what are you doing? Tai Hong asked in a deep voice. His voice revealed a trace of fear. In the world of the magical corruption gas, Chen Xiang was like a god, and all of the strong beings here could only be ravaged by Chen Xiang. With a pa sound, Chen Xiang waved his hand, released a wave of energy and slapped the air hard onto Tai Hong's face. Old dog, you've killed so many people for the sake of that magic seed. I will definitely not let you off today. Chen Xiang said coldly. Humph, those who die are just some ant. If I were to die 10 times, this world would continue to operate as usual. Tai Hong said angrily. In his eyes, those mortals were nothing more than GRASS. He had never felt that killing so many people was a sin. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. You are only an ant in my eyes now. Even if you die 100 times, this world will still function properly. With that, Chen Xiang waved his hand. A green light flashed, and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand, flying straight towards Tai Hong's neck. A ray of sad and beautiful blood sprayed out. Tai Hong's body was also instantly invaded by the magical corruption gas, and his separated body immediately turned into purplish-black rotten flesh. Dead. Tai Hong was beheaded by Chen Xiang just like that, causing everyone on Tai Hong's side to Hi+ver. Gu Dongchen and the others had long known about this matter. Long ago, Chen Xiang had also killed the beast martial school like this, and the memories of his death were still fresh in Tang Yichao's mind. After killing Tai Hong, Chen Xiang raised his blade and walked towards the devil cultivator, causing the devil cultivator to be terrified. They originally thought that with their strength, they were invincible existences in the mortal martial realm, but who would have known that they would meet a magical corruption gas? Don't be delusional enough to devour mortal martial realm, Chen Xiang said as he swung his blade down. Just like that, 10 powerful devil cultivators were beheaded one by Chen Xiang under the watch of the numerous strong warriors. Then, they were invaded by the magical corruption gas, their bodies and souls corroded. You can't kill us, we are elders of the Devil Subduing College. Without us, the Devil Subduing College won't be able to hold on. An old man's voice was full of fear, but the response he got was a single slash. Chen Xiang did not sympathize with these people who had annihilated Tai Hong in the slightest. If they had been a little enlightened in the first place, they would not have been blinded by the benefits and could have completely killed Tai Hong together. However, they did not do that. In the blink of an eye, there were more corpses lying on the ground. Those Devil Subduing College's elders had already been slaughtered by Chen Xiang, so he didn't need to worry at all as he still had Man Futian and Zhuo Jinchuan. Chen Xiang looked at them and sneered. You bunch of fence-sitters. When you guys first joined the Sacred Light religious sect, you already knew that you guys weren't good people. Go and die with these guys. In the midst of his wails, Chen Xiang showed no mercy and killed each and every one of the villains. Who was in Fire Divine Palace watched the BLOOD scene indifferently, but he did not feel the slightest amount of fear. If Chen Xiang wanted to kill him, he would not say anything. But Chen Xiang did not kill him, he had only walked past him. Although this Han Lai's voice was a little scary, Chen Xiang felt that he was not too bad, and seemed to be indifferent to the matters of the Fire Divine Palace. Right now, the most important thing is to get rid of these magical corruption gas. Although it hasn't spread yet, that doesn't mean it won't spread in the future. This great Devil Mountains was above the Chern Martial Continent. If it were to spread, the entire Chern Martial Continent would become a dead end. Use the HEL's tornado to create a strong gust of air and push all these magical corruption gas back. Bai Yu said, "There are a lot of magical corruption gas outside. Create a flow direction and these magical corruption gas will go back down." Very quickly, the giant flaming tornado suddenly continued, and right above Demon and Devil Sinkhole, with Chen Xiang frantically spinning, it created a very strong suction force, causing the magical corruption gas above the Demon and Devil Sinkhole to instantly rush into the Demon and Devil Sinkhole along with the gust of air. This spectacular scene broadened the horizons of these rankers who had lived for many years. When they thought that this was Huang Jintian's disciple, they could not help but exclaim in their hearts. They could meet, and in the near future, Chen Xiang would become the same as Huang Jintian, the strongest warrior in the mortal martial realm. More than an hour had passed, and the magical corruption gas had entered the Demon and Devil Sinkhole. The moment Chen Xiang stopped using the HEL's tornado, those experts immediately flew up into the air and released a strong barrier that sealed the terrifying sky cavern. Han Lai of the Fire Divine Palace also joined in. The great war between three realms is coming. When the time comes, this place will become the main battlefield. We have to hurry. Gu Dongchen looked at the great Devil Mountains that was filled with death aura. After this matter, everyone would be more cautious. They exchanged greetings and then left. They were all busy with cultivation of the devil-subduing method, and this was their trump card against the demons. Lu Menger glanced at Chen Xiang and she could finally rest easy. After everyone had left, Gu Dongchen took out his flying discs and flew back to the Super Martial School with Wu Kaming and I've stayed in that D.A.M. Ned place for almost 2 years. Fortunately, Tai Hong this guy was killed along with some powerful devil cultivator, so I don't have to focus so much on him, Gu Dongchen said. Wu Kaming laughed. Junior Martial Uncle is truly amazing, you have truly made a name for yourself. When we came out, we had already arranged for people to take care of the Super Martial School, so it shouldn't be too messy. Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen would sometimes go into seclusion at the same time for many days, so the elders of Super Martial School were already used to this kind of thing, so they were not too worried. However, when they returned to the Heaven Door City, they discovered that there were more people than usual. There were even some strangely dressed people walking up and down the street. At a glance, there were still some traces of a battle. The houses were in ruins and the streets were in ruins. D.A.M. This is a city right under the nose of the Super Martial School. How did it become so chaotic? Gu Dongchen was furious. This must have happened because someone came to cause trouble. Since the creation of the Heaven Door City, such a thing had never happened. Once he returned to the Super Martial Profound Realm, Gu Dongchen immediately summoned all of the elders over to see what had happened. He wanted to see what else would happen to the Super Martial City that would cause such a ruckus. Once he returned to the Super Martial Profound Realm, Gu Dongchen immediately summoned all of the elders over to see what had happened. He wanted to see what else would happen to the Super Martial City that would cause such a ruckus. After all of the elders narrated at once, Chen Xiang, Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen were all shocked. Even though they were well informed and had seen many shocking things, they still could not accept this fact. All the mortal worlds were fused together, large and small, whether strong or weak, suddenly and inexplicably fusing together after a year or so. After fusing together, many martial artists traveled all over the place, especially towards the most prosperous worlds or continents. D.A.M. Why did this happen all of a sudden? There are quite a few mortal worlds under the heavens, right? How did they all fuse together? Gu Dongchen found it hard to accept this fact. Countless mortal worlds had fused together, forming an even larger world. This was something that caused many people to be excited, especially those who wanted to roam the world. However, some of the major powers in charge did not think this way. In this mortal world, some of the resources were almost exhausted. They would definitely plunder and chaos would ensue if there were more people. It would be hard to find a person who had offended a powerhouse, even if he were to hide. Furthermore, what should he do when the great war between three realms comes? Did the devil realm also fuse together? At that time, they would not only have to defend the Pa-S Sage to Great Devil Mountains. If the other worlds couldn't be guarded, and were occupied by the Devil Cultivator, then the mortal martial realm would be surrounded. The more Gu Dongchen and the others thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. If it was like before, mortal martial realm had great confidence that he would be able to Pa-S through great war between three realms. But now it was hard to say. Looks like I have to gather the people from the mortal martial realm for a meeting. I can't let this go on. Gu Dongchen said. This kind of thing was naturally not something that Chen Xiang would interfere in. He quietly returned to the Super Dan Imperial College, took out the Luotian Gate and said, I wonder how many worlds have fused together. It's all going to be troublesome. If they didn't fuse earlier, then it was too late. But if they started merging now, then someone must have been up to no good. Long Shui scoffed. What? If two continents were fused together, how could they possibly do so? How could two worlds fuse? They are all in different SPACs. Who has such a great power that can fuse so many worlds together? Chen Xiang secretly clicked his tongue, although he did not believe it, but he could not help but be suspicious. Of course it's those guys from the higher realms. These lower realms could very likely be created by them. They can do whatever they want to do. This isn't strange. Maybe the great war between three realms is just a game for them. Long Shui had inherited a lot of memories, and a lot of these memories were inherited from the primordial era's dragons. That was why she said such words. The great war between three realms was about to begin, but this matter suddenly happened. It was hard for people to accept, but Chen Xiang felt that this was good. If the transmission array was established well, then this huge world would be linked together, and the news would spread quickly. At that time, he would be able to find a few more rare herbs. I really want to go everywhere. Chen Xiang's heart itched. He had long since gotten tired of playing with the mortal Kung-Fu realm. Although he had not gone to many continents, his main target was still spirit medicine. Chen Xiang sat in the room and suddenly frowned. The Elder Dan has finally appeared. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the appointed time between Chen Xiang and the Elder Dan. Elder Dan and Chen Xiang had agreed to a compet. 1. Tie-in, and the moment Chen Xiang won, he would show her her true colors and agree to marry Chen Xiang. Junior Martial Uncle, you are still as elegant as ever. Elder Dan was still the same, wearing a wooden mask and a black robe, tightly wrapping herself up. Her body emitted a unique and cold aura, but her voice was a lot gentler, yet it still sounded cold and indifferent. What Chen Xiang had done in the past few years was indeed the same as before. Little girl, I missed you so much. Have you said through the Nirvana doom yet? Chen Xiang laughed. He indeed missed this mysterious junior nephew. Although he had never seen her appearance before, he knew that her figure was not bad. No, do you still remember our agreement? Elder Dan asked coldly. Of course I remember. Even when I slept, I could dream of the scene of you being defeated and your mysterious veil being lifted, but every time then, I would wake up. Chen Xiang sighed with extreme regret. Your bullsh*t is still the same as before. We are competing to refine the Earth-grade low-rank Dan, and now you can? Elder Dan seemed to be very concerned about Chen Xiang's progress, especially with the pills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encouraged him. Chen Xiang laughed. I can only forge one type, but I think that I can still learn one or two ways when competing with you. Seeing Chen Xiang not putting this compet. 1. Tie-in in his eyes, Elder Dan was secretly furious, but she knew that this was a way to level up, a way to stimulate one's potential. I heard you have relived Dan, how did you come here? Elder Dan was most curious about this matter. She had always thought that Chen Xiang had an expert backing him. If that expert could casually refine relive Dan-s, he would definitely be very strong. I picked it up, Chen Xiang said casually. Bulls. Hi+T, you think this is sand? You can pick them up as you like? The elder Dan did not believe that he had picked it up. Believe it or not. Chen Xiang whistled, and immediately knew that he was lying. Oh right, little girl, why aren't you in the meeting? A lad and the little Baldy are both there. I can't be bothered with these matters right now. Wait a month for me to collect the medicinal herbs. I'll compete with you here. The elder Dan only appeared for a short while before leaving in a hurry. Hey, where did you hide the Super Martial School's #1 beauty? Chen Xiang realized that Wu Qianqian had disappeared again, and he was not with Yun Xiaodao and the others. She's not as free as you. Super Dan Imperial College's cold voice echoed in the air. One day I will strip this woman of all her clothes. I want to see just what secrets she has and how she is so secretive all day long. Chen Xiang snorted, then went to look for Yun Xiaodao and the others. In a luxurious private room in a restaurant, Yun Xiaodao slammed his hand on the table and praised. Dragon Subduing School, this name isn't wrong. Chen Xiang laughed, looking at Zhu Rong who had a guilty face. This fatty's expression had always been abnormal. Old Zhu, that bounty should still be in your hands, right? W.A.N. Ji Xingren and Liao Xiaoyun were killed by me, so I should get the bounty back. Chen Xiang laughed. Zhu Rong had known from the beginning that Chen Xiang would not be so foolish as to make such a precious thing as a reward, and in the end, it had returned back to Chen Xiang. Elder brother Shin, didn't you say you want to sell us some pills? Then what's the price of the 9 quenching body Dan? Yun Xiaodao said as he rubbed his hands. It was obvious that he had prepared a lot of spar. C709. C709, friendly price, 2,000,001 pellet. You must be generous. Zhu Rong curled his lips, friends. Hi+P is quite valuable, huh? Here are 120 pills, you guys take them and divide them evenly, you just have to pay within 10 years. Now that so many worlds have been fused, the situation will become even worse when the Great War between 3 realms erupts. You guys have to quickly increase your strength. Chen Xiang took out a storage bag and placed it in XV Weilong's custody. Lian Mingdong and the Lei brothers were currently training, but Chen Xiang knew that he would definitely hand the 9 quenching body Dan over to them. Try your best to reach the peak of the 100 refining realm before the Great War between 3 realms arrive, Chen Xiang said in a serious tone. Yun Xiaodao and the others nodded. It was their luck that they were able to make it into Chen Xiang's group, as he could not let down Chen Xiang's help. Right now, many of the worlds that have just been integrated into want to name themselves after their original world, and then there is a dispute. This group of brainless fellows, none of them could tell that naming them Mortal Martial Realm was the best. Yun Xiaodao looked at the people in strange clothing on the streets. The world is becoming larger and larger. If we can survive the crisis of the Great War between 3 realms, we can travel to many different worlds and expand our horizons. It will also be helpful for cultivation. Chen Xiang could only imagine how chaotic this enormous world was right now. In a world, there were already many opposing forces, and now with so many worlds fused together, the situation would only get worse with each Pa-s Sing day. If they did not unite together, once the demon and devil realms invaded, things would become troublesome. There were a lot of devil cultivator S and evil demon S in the demon and devil realms, especially those in the demon realm. They were all a group of brainless, suicidal BASTARDS, and it was difficult for them to match against weak humans. Chun Xiang, do you still remember Dongfang Yao? At that time, Devil Subduing College believed that you were the one who killed them, and even offered you a bounty. XV Weilong suddenly said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The world he originally belonged to is a very powerful world, and his family is extremely powerful, as they ruled over that world. The Dongfang clan is indeed very strong. Moreover, they have ruled over a world, and can gather the energy of a world to annex some of the worlds near them. In just a year, their power has increased tenfold. 15 Weilong's words startled Chun Xiang. After the world was merged, it was like the sea and the sea connected together. There was no longer any world apart from the sea. Right now, in this large world, the boundless sea area was filled with countless continents that formed this huge mortal world. Chun Xiang's face turned ugly. This is not a good thing. Does the Dongfang family want to rule the world? From the looks of it, it is indeed true, and they also have the ability. After their power expanded, they can gather more strength and can be said to be the strongest power in the world. However, Devil Subduing College and the Fire Divine Palace are also absorbing a large number of disciples. XV Weilong said. Chun Xiang shook his head. It's useless for us to focus on something like this, we should just focus on increasing our strength. Although they said that, Chun Xiang and the others were still worried. If the Dongfang family were to exaggerate their strength at such a fast pace, there would be a day where the mortal martial realm would be annexed. At that time, there would be no way to fight against them. And this was what Gu Dongchen and the others were currently worried about. Inside a house in the continent of the king, all the big shots of the different continents of the mortal martial realm were gathered there. The transmission array has already been set up by the sects that mainly use formations. Right now, the alchemy sects, formation sects, smithing sects, there are countless of them. And most of them are in the hands of that Dongfang dynasty. An old man sighed. Is there any faction that can fight against the Dongfang Empire now? In regards to this, he was as worried as the other big shots of the world. They were not as ambitious as the Dongfang clan, who continued to expand their power through war, but if they did not surrender, they would destroy a continent. Devil Subduing College, Fire Divine Palace, to date we only know about this. However, no matter how big this world is, there are still some powerful forces that we do not know about hiding. And right now, the person who was most worried about the Eastern Dynasty was Chun Xiang. The matter of Chun Xiang killing Dongfang Yao had already been found out by the Eastern Empire, and there were already bounties placed on him. That was why Chun Xiang had been missing for 2 years, but he was still very famous. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him, especially now that he could change his appearance and height, could change his aura. He could only relax the powerful Dongfang clan in order to attack Super Martial School at all costs. Right now, this newly integrated world was called a New World. Although the Great War between 3 realms was near, many ambitious forces still expanded their scope of influence to increase their strength, otherwise, they would have been swallowed by other forces. When Chun Xiang and the others found out that many worlds were merged together, they had already encountered such a thing. Fire Divine Palace and Devil Subduing College were both in the continent of the king, so this continent was also very famous, and it was what many powers feared the most. 10 days had passed, and Chun Xiang had gathered a lot of information from all over the place. This made him very excited, as there were too many areas waiting to be explored in this new world. If we were to merge with the demon and devil realms, the situation would become even worse. Bai Yu said. When ASHI plus P arrives at the bridge, naturally it will be straight. Right now, I will go to the Eastern Empire to take a look and see the strongest power in this new world. On top of continent of the king, Chen Xiang stepped into a very large transmission array and was teleported to the Heavenly Emperor continent along with a group of people. Heavenly Emperor City, this was the Yanjing of the Heavenly Emperor continent. The Dongfang clan had established a palace here, and the Dongfang clan was known as the Emperor. Now that he had turned into an ordinary-looking man who came from another continent, no one would associate him with the person worth $1 billion bounty. The grand number one power in a new world is only worth $1 billion? Too shabby. Chen Xiang snickered in his heart. If it weren't for the wanted poster, Chen Xiang's current reputation would have long been drowned out. Of course, because they did not know Chen Xiang well, many people did not put him in their hearts, especially the warriors who had blee backgrounds and came from powerful forces, who thought that Chen Xiang was just body. They did not think much of him. After arriving at the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang found out that the Dongfang Yao he had killed actually had a very high status, and was regarded as the successor to the Eastern dynasty. After arriving at the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang found out that the Dongfang Yao he had killed actually had a very high status, and was regarded as the successor to the Eastern dynasty. Even now, they still could not confirm whether Dongfang Yao was the culprit or not, and there was no evidence to prove it. On the other hand, the Dongfang family only thought that Chen Xiang was the culprit based on the Devil Subduing College's initial bounty. After understanding the situation, he found out that the Devil Subduing College had spoken to him. That Dongfang Yao's grandfather had a high position in the Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, and his family had started a Saker in the mortal realm. Only then did the Devil Subduing College react and stop the Dongfang family's expansion. The people behind the scenes in Devil Subduing College are all dead. There has been a big change in Devil Subduing College. This is a good thing. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. If the Dongfang family continued with this, before the Great War between three realms even arrived, this new world would start to kill each other. Outside of a huge palace in the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang gasped in surprise. This palace was actually built inside the Profound Realm. This luxurious palace is only a cover, there's even an entrance that leads to the Profound Realm. The headquarters of many great powers were all built inside the Profound Realm. This was because they already had the ability to control the Profound Realm-s, so it would be even safer inside the Profound Realm-s, such as the Super Martial Profound Realm-s and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land-s. Originally, Chen Xiang only wanted to take a look at this Dongfang clan, but he didn't expect there to be a profound realm here. This made Chen Xiang's heart itch. He believed that this profound realm must have a lot of treasures. If he didn't go in and take a look, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Just like the last time when he sneaked into the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang knocked out a person who was freely entering that family's profound realm. He was the leader of a patrol team, and his strength was similar to that of the 100 Refining Realm. Although he was surnamed Dongfang, he was not a disciple of the Dongfang clan, and was merely a talented servant who was given a name by the Dongfang clan. "Captain, when are you going to give us a break? You can go out and relax all day long, and we'll be in trouble. We'll have to patrol day and night," a man said with a bitter face. There were more than 30 people in this team, and all of them were warriors from the true martial realm. However, they had been raised by the Dongfang family since they were young. It's a mess outside, and many worlds have merged together to become very large. A group of fellows left a few days ago, but they never came back. For your safety, there will be a long period of time during which you will be forbidden to go out. Chen Xiang spoke with reason, according to Dongfang Rong's memories. The meaning behind his words was to prevent these people, who had been slaves for many years, from escaping. The new world was currently so big, and once they ran far away, it would be really hard to find them. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, the patrolling team members immediately became dejected. Although you can't go out, it doesn't mean that you won't be allowed to rest. Right now, you can only stay at your place for 3 days. Remember, don't run around. Chen Xiang said magnanimously. Leading this group of people, it was really inconvenient for him to move. When the 30-plus people of the patrol squad heard that, a smile appeared on their worried faces. Then, they lined up neatly and jogged away. The person Chen Xiang had become was the leader of a patrol squad. Compared to the Nirvana stage, this kind of strength could be considered not bad, so he could travel around a few places in the profound realm. According to Dongfang Rong's memories, Chen Xiang knew that there were still a lot of important lands inside, and the place closest to him was inside a manor named Warm Moon. Outside the Warm Moon Palace, when Chen Xiang had just arrived, a light voice floated out from inside. Dongfang Rong, why are you the only one patrolling today? Where are the group of trash behind you? The sweet voice was coming from the master of the Warm Moon Palace. It was the elder sister of the patriarch. Her name was Dongfang Xinyue and she was a very beautiful woman. Her attainments in formations were very high, and the many powerful formations in the profound realm were all set up by her. She was very strong, and she was rumored to be the second strongest person in the Dongfang clan. Motherf Ker, how did this woman find out? Chen Xiang was a little worried that he would be seen through by this woman. Originally, he had approached them, and used the Heaven Tour method to probe inside to see if there were any treasures hidden. However, he was still very calm. When it came to matters like these, he did not feel the slightest bit nervous. Elder Warm Moon, those fellows all claimed that they wanted a holiday. I let them rest for 10 days. Chen Xiang answered immediately. His voice and tone were exactly the same as Dongfang Rong's. Come in. Dongfang Xinyue's voice carried an irresistible dignity, but it sounded extremely comfortable. Chen Xiang could only brace himself and continue acting. He walked into the Warm Moon, and according to Dongfang Rong's memories, he arrived at a simple and elegant small hall. Come to the courtyard at the back. Dongfang Xinyue seemed to know Chen Xiang's every move. Seeing that Chen Xiang had just sat down, his light voice sounded. Chen Xiang was extremely cautious at the moment. He suddenly didn't want to continue anymore and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, when he found out about this woman's appearance from Dongfang Rong's memories, he really wanted to see it for himself. Walking out of the small hall and passing through a small path, he arrived at a quiet and serene courtyard. A beautiful and graceful figure stood quietly by the side of a small pond, her snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. Dongfang Xinyue turned around slowly. That beautiful and alluring appearance of hers gave Chen Xiang a shocking feeling, and she smiled faintly at him with her beautiful eyes. She looked so friendly and natural, but the aura she gave off was so faint that it kept people at a distance. Greetings, Elder Dongfang. Chen Xiang hastily bowed. Tell me, what has happened outside these past few days? Dongfang Xinyue waved her hand, signaling to Chen Xiang that there was no need to be courteous. That mature and charming oval face had a charming and gentle smile, which stirred Chen Xiang's pure heart. Chen Xiang quickly lowered his head, and started to talk about some of the things that had happened outside. Although it had been more than 2 years since the birth of the new world, Dongfang Xinyue had never stepped out of Profound Realm. Even in the past, Dongfang Xinyue rarely went out, and usually, he only found out about what was happening outside through his servants. After hearing Chen Xiang's nonsense, Dongfang Xinyue faintly sighed. I knew that if those old fellows did this, they would definitely anger father. After hearing Chen Xiang's nonsense, Dongfang Xinyue faintly sighed. I knew that if those old fellows did this, they would definitely anger father. Although Dongfang Xinyue had a young and beautiful face, she was still an old guy. Through Dongfang Rong's memories, Chen Xiang knew that in Dongfang clan, sometimes the Dongfang family patriarch would not only talk about this matter, but also talk about this old guy, Dongfang Xinyue, with the consent of a group of elders. and Dongfang clan's intention to expand his power was precisely this group of old fogies. No more. Dongfang Xinyue blinked his eyes and asked softly, "Why don't you go out and take a look at this new world? With the elder's strength, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in this new world." Chen Xiang had said what he thought in his heart. If it was the Dongfang Rong of the past, he would have dared to say it even if it was beaten to death. The reason why Chen Xiang did this was also to let Dongfang Xinyue leave the Warm Moon Palace, and even let him take a look at the important place that was hidden inside. Dongfang Xinyue lowered his head and thought. He did not know why she was hiding in Profound Realm all day. A woman like her had strength, status, and looks. When she went out, she would definitely scream for help. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't like him, where people placed high bounty on him. "Oh right, have you captured the person who killed Dongfang Yao? This man is really bold. He actually dared to waste Devil Subduing College's divine son. Does Devil Subduing College not care? Do you have any details about this person?" Dongfang Xinyue asked curiously. Chen Xiang's heart suddenly tightened, and actually asked about his matters. "I didn't catch him. He had an extremely powerful backing, trained in the Taiji Dragon suppressed Kung Fu, and the 3 big shots of the Super Martial School were all his junior brothers. As of now, he was the one who openly crippled that G.O.D's son, and as for whether or not Dongfang Yao was killed by him, there's still no evidence to prove it." Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was filled with surprise. "Taiji Dragon suppressed Kung Fu. I never thought that it would actually exist. No wonder he could cripple the divine son. Since he had such a fortuitous encounter at such a young age, Dongfang Yao is far from being able to compare to it." Of course, Chen Xiang was happy to be praised by the beauty, but he didn't know that Chen Xiang was standing right in front of her. "Elder Warm Moon, this person killed the young master. Why didn't he increase the bounty? If it's just 1 billion spar, it would be hard to attract anyone's interest. After all, this person has many powerful experts protecting him, not just the 3 great leaders of Super Martial School, for example the famous Divine Weapon Nation's female emperor, the medicinal pill emperor of Dan Fragrance Pure Land. They are all his backers." Chen Xiang felt that this bounty was too shabby, and made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Chen Xiang mention the powerful woman, Dongfang Xinyue was suddenly very interested. It was the first time that she had heard of such a famous person, so she anxiously asked. "The Divine Weapons Heavenly Country's female emperor and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land's female emperor? What is their background? They have great origins, but that is only in their world. I dare say that as long as they have no brains, they would not offend these 2 women for the sake of the 1 billion spar." Chen Xiang saw through Dongfang Xinyue's interest. He guessed that Dongfang Xinyue felt that this expert felt lonely, and felt that he shouldn't have met a woman whose strength could rival hers. That was why he stayed in the Profound Realm all day. Dongfang Yao is far from being worth 1 billion spar. It's just that those old fellows used it as a pretext to capture that Chen Xiang and use it as an excuse to attack that Chen martial continent. Dongfang Xinyue's words made Chen Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. This caused him to be overjoyed. Although being offered a reward was not a good thing, to be able to attract the attention of the number 1 power in this new world was a very honorable thing. "Dongfang Rong, do you know the origins of the G.O.D. Weapon Empress and the Pill Fragrance Empress? If you can find out for me, I'll give you this reward." Dongfang Xinyue took out a large sword that was the size of a palm. From the spirit grain's glow and radiance, it seemed to be a very tall treasure. Although it was just trash in Chen Xiang's eyes, he still had to pretend to be surprised. Seeing that Chen Xiang's face was filled with desire, Dongfang Xinyue smiled lightly. "I just want to find some women of equivalent strength to exchange pointers with." "So that is how it is. That means the Warm Moon Elders are going to duel with them?" Chen Xiang was startled. He didn't want to bring disaster to his 2 women, although this Dongfang Xinyue looked harmless, but who knew if she was a beauty with snakes and scorpions? Especially those kinds of jealous women, they were the most terrifying. No, hurry up and investigate their details. If someone is responsible for your dereliction of duty, I'll help you carry it out. Dongfang Xinyue urged. Now, Chun Xiang could tell that Dongfang Xinyue was actually so concerned about women. He smiled and said, Clan Elder Warm Moon, there's no need to investigate further. I have already investigated everything beforehand, and honestly speaking, I also want to obtain the bounty of 1 billion spar. Speak. Dongfang Xinyue looked to be impatient. Let's talk about this delay weapon female emperor first. She cultivates the Icewind magic kung fu. Just as Chun Xiang finished speaking, Dongfang Xinyue's face was immediately filled with shock, and her jade face even carried a trace of unusual excitement. She mainly uses refining to set up arrays. In this aspect, she is the same as the Warm Moon Elders. Her standards are not bad, and many experts of the Chun martial continent want to invite her to refine some magical equipment at a high price. Chun Xiang continued to speak, while secretly observing the changes in Dongfang Xinyue's expression. Looks like I have to go meet this woman. I wonder how she compares to me. Dongfang Xinyue looked at the blue sky and muttered softly. Chun Xiang continued to speak. Then the reason why Chun Xiang received her protection is because her disciple Xue Xianxian is Chun Xiang's wife, so? How is her disciple? Dongfang Xinyue interrupted Chun Xiang and asked. Seems not bad. Although she rarely makes any moves, the fact that she became the disciple of the female divine weapon emperor shows how talented she is. Chun Xiang understood all of these things the best, but seeing that Dongfang Xinyue had a reason to leave the place, Chun Xiang was extremely happy in his heart. Then what about the pill fragrance queen? Dongfang Xinyue asked again. It's for concocting pills. There are only a few female Dan Kinges. I don't think there are many of them in this new world. Chun Xiang said. Indeed, it's not many. Those old fellows who have roamed through many different worlds have never seen many Dan Kinges before, let alone female Dan Kinges. Dongfang Xinyue's beautiful face suddenly calmed down. She tossed a treasure sword to Chun Xiang and asked, Tell me the way to go to Chun martial continent. First, you can teleport to the continent of the king. Then, you can teleport from there to there. After Chun Xiang finished speaking, a gust of wind blew over accompanied with a heart-penetrating fragrance, and the beauty had already disappeared. Big-chested and brainless as expected. Chun Xiang laughed to himself in his heart, and then activated Heaven Tour method, taking a panoramic view of the Warm Moon Palace.